All right. Without further ado, I will want to request everybody to be upstanding for the national anthem. And I'm going to request the Nisisi Band to take us through the national anthem.
Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. E Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tulibize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. You may have your seats, please. Just a recap of what we are doing today. Remember, yesterday we were officially launched the National Sports Career Fair and Symposium, and we had quite a number of topics that we did cover today, all of them with the aim of exploring diverse career opportunities in sport, which is our guiding theme. We did touch on a couple of things like unpacking the entire ecosystem, the entire sports industry. We also touched a little bit on education and sports and how the CBC, the sports pathway are incorporating into the education sector. We will still touch on that later today in the mid-morning session. And today we are going on with a couple of topics, including the health and fitness careers in sports, as well as commercialization, media and marketing. But just to bring you on board before I request my co-moderator to come on board, remember that we do have a couple of objectives that we will want to achieve at the end of this symposium, and I want you guys to put us to task. By the end of the day tomorrow, will we have managed to showcase sports as a career of choice and enhance public culture and attitudes towards sports? Will we have managed to promote the sports industry by raising awareness about the industry and attracting more talented individuals to pursue a career in sports? Will we manage to promote a networking of sports professionals amongst ourselves and even at the expo in Comesa grounds? Will we also manage to gain insight into the sports ecosystem through seminars and experience sharing by the industry experts? And also, will we manage to enhance sports business and also learn about commercialization? All right, those are the guiding objectives of this Career Expo this year. Just keep us in task as we are having questions in between our conversations. Please remember those objectives. And now to take us through to today's morning session where we are tackling health and fitness careers, please welcome my co-moderator, Tony Kwelanda. Makofi? Ama nimwambie arudi? All right, carry on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. My name is Tony Kwelanda. I'm honored to be here in this particular great symposium from yesterday to today. For those, of course, who wouldn't know me, I am a multimedia sports journalist, currently working and based at TV 47, Radio 47, and Digital 47, with over 15 years of experience in this particular industry. And of course, I'm honored to take us through this particular session. Remember, we are getting into this session, which is about health and fitness careers in sports. Remember, the main focus is transitioning into the sector as a former athlete. Of course, remember, all athletes have expiry dates. We have that sunrise days, we have that middays, and we have those sunset days. How do we transition then as athletes from these particular very active situations and sessions of our careers into now the other careers that await for us, because there's always life after sport? Who better than, of course, to take us through this particular guidance than someone who I've known for many years. I started my career in 2008. This is a doctor, a medical doctor to be precise, who is a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. He, of course, under the Department of Clinical Medicine and Therapeutics. He's a rheumatologist. Most of you know what rheumatologist is. He's a doctor who specializes or diagnoses or treats diseases that are related to muscle, joints, and of course those other body parts, bones. For you, though, you know all those particular areas are very key for an athlete. He has played basketball for 8-time national champions. For those who know, in 2008, 2010, we remember Cooperative Bank in the basketball. He is also a renowned coach for the University of Nairobi basketball team known as Terra, for those who know. He also, during his part-time, plays basketball. I'm sure you'll be asking him later, how do you manage all these things? You have played, you have become a coach, you are a lecturer, also now you're playing go part-time. I understand he also plays for a Division 1 team, Blazers, all that. He is also part of that particular squad. Remember, right now we have the East African Games in Western Kenya. He is very involved in the Kenya Secondary School Games sport as a coach. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please assist me to welcome Dr. Eugene Kalman Genga, MD. Yes, we'll request, of course, for the presentation for Dr. I'm sure it's ready, Dr.
Thank you for that kind introduction. I'm very humbled and honored. I never thought I'd ever give a talk in such a plenary. I'm used to classes and teaching and coaching, so I'm humbled. So when I got the call a few weeks ago from Cynthia Mumbo to come give a talk here, I was a bit excited, but I didn't know what to say. So she told me that I'll give a talk on sports science, something smaller introduction on sports science, and my transition from being an athlete now to being a professional. So sorry, we like presentations as doctors. So the first slide, there will be the title of the topic is going to be Pillars of Performance: How to Integrate Sports into Athletic Excellence. Yes. So I work for the University of Nairobi also. So go on the next slide, please. Okay. So as an outline, I'll give something small on an introduction on sports science. Its application in Kenya, what are some of the components of sports science, and then something small on how I was transitioning between being an athlete to a professional. Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. So what is sports science? Sports science is something that has emerged of late. It's something which I think we've taken for granted for long. I wish I'd paid more attention to medical school sports science. I might have had a longer career. But sports science is multidisciplinary. It looks at how the body responds in terms of exercise, focusing on physiology, how the body works, biomechanics, looking at muscles, tissues, psychology, something which I've come to learn is a very big factor, especially when you coach and you see how the psychology affects, especially the young people preparing for games, is an important thing, and nutrition. Nutrition is something which you take for granted, especially in this part of the world. But if you look at the pros, how they prepare for games, how they train, nutrition is very important, from how they design their diets, how they take care of their bodies. I know in Kenya we have a lot of alcohol issues, malaria issues, and these things will ultimately affect the performance of our patients, of our athletes. Sorry. So in terms of the objective of sports science, basically how to understand the body function, 2, how to apply scientific principles, and 3, how to prevent injuries and facilitate recovery. Next slide, please. So in terms of importance of sports science, I think I'll give the example of a gentleman called LeBron James. I don't know if everybody knows LeBron James here. He's about 41-ish or 42-ish years old. He's been playing basketball for a long time. He's an American basketball player, and he's at his peak still. So it's something which is something that amazed a lot of us, because I don't think at his age I'll be able to perform the way he performs. And I think it goes towards sports science. And sports science will be able to enhance his performance. That's one. Injury prevention is one of the very few athletes who are rarely injured. Actually, his first major injury came when he was about 40, 41, and that is just wear and tear, but it's something which is rarely injured. Mental well-being, psychological resilience. One thing when I coach my kids, I tell them one thing about sports, it teaches you resilience. Resilience is very interesting, because I remember like in my college days, there were days you would play in the Premier League. So you'd go like on a losing streak of about 4 or 5 months. You've not won a single game, but you have to come back and train. And one thing that is resilience. And you have to be mentally tough to come back again and again, because one of the major challenges like I have with the current people who I coach is that mental toughness is lacking. I think they've been babied a lot, but sports is a very good educator in terms of enhancing that mental well-being. Personalization, you have to customize your training according to the athlete. We are not all the same. I'll use basketball. You not train the way you train a person who is 6'10", 7 feet, versus somebody who is 6'1", 6'2", is going to be very different in terms of the weights they do, nutrition they do, how they recover. But also if you look at, for example, how you train a basketballer who is supposed to be athletic and strong, vis-a-vis how you train maybe somebody who is in rugby, is very different. As you do more of strength training and more reps, then look for building of mass. And then eventually how to integrate everything. Sports science helps integrate everything from the physical, the mental, nutritional aspect, and ultimately having the perfect athlete. Thank you. Next slide. So in terms of what are some of the key disciplines, I was fortunate enough I got a scholarship last year to go and study. It's an online course. It was looking at EuroLeague. It was actually organized by EuroLeague. EuroLeague are like the second tier. We have NBA, which is America. Then there's EuroLeague, which is now for the Europeans. So the first lectures that we had there was very interesting. The first lectures were not even about what is basketball, how to do a layup. There were a lot of emphasis on physiology, how the body works, biomechanics, how to train your students, how to train the athletes, psychology, preparing for the game, nutrition, things which I think we take a lot for granted on our side, something which would be very good integrated to the curriculum if you are making one for this. So in terms of psychology, the physiology, every student, every athlete is different. How you develop the training should be very different, because ultimately, if we train the wrong way, injuries happen. I remember like the first time I started training, and started coaching actually, we would do a lot of old school habits, and I noticed we had so many injuries, knee injuries, back injuries, and everything. So I had to go back to the textbook and find out, okay, what am I doing wrong? So I had to actually change how we train. Nutrition and hydration is something we take for granted, especially in this part of the world. We are always, it's okay, I can eat this, but nutrition plays a very big role in terms of building muscle, hydration, recovery. I remember the time I used to play for COP, I used to have constant headaches. I never understood why I used to have constant headaches, but basically the thing was dehydration. And hydration actually helps because, for example, like basketball, I use a bit of science. For those who did biology, basketball is an aerobic sport. Aerobic sport means that you accumulate a lot of lactic acid, and lactic acid means that you have more aches and pains in the body. If you take a lot of fluids, water, and everything, it helps to recovery for the athlete, but also prevent a lot of injuries. The next slide, please. Psychology is something which I've learned plays a very big role. Growing up, one of my heroes was a guy called Kobe Bryant, and another called Michael Jordan. Mentally, they were tough. Mentally, they were very, very tough. There's a time Kobe had a court case where he had been accused of sexual assault for a certain lady. And every time we leave the court case, he would go and play the game, and he'd play and drop almost 40, 45 points in a very long stretch. It requires a lot of mental resilience to do something like that. And psychology is something we take for granted because sometimes, for those who have coached, we have these players who play very well in practice, but when they come to the game day, they are not able to play. And basically the science that sometimes we find the student or the athlete has played the game the night before in their head, so the time they come to the game mentally already exhausted. So you really have to work on that mental resilience. Another thing about psychology is injuries. You will find a lot of athletes will injure maybe their knee, their ankle. By the time they come back to play, actually, if you look at what the pros do, they actually have to go to a psychologist and a psychiatrist to help them understand that actually they're okay. Because sometimes for those who have played sports actively, if you injure your knee, you probably want to keep limping on that particular knee and think that it's not okay. Another thing which psychology helps is stress management. Goal setting is also very important. You must be able to have some goal of what you want to do for the particular time. Biomechanics and injury prevention. Like I said, when I enrolled on that particular course for that things, I didn't understand why, but when I listened to those guys what they were discussing there, it made a lot of sense. And sometimes a lot of our injuries are there because we don't really understand our bodies. We really have to develop our muscles. And that's one thing which I think, if I look back in my younger days, gym was something I took for granted. Gym is actually very, very important because when you gym properly, your dynamics are better, mechanics are better, there are less injuries. Because me, I know like towards the end of my career at Corp, a lot of injuries, and partly that was because I never used to take good care of my body in terms of a gym. My brother was younger than me, played a bit longer, and he was a gym addict, and I could see that's the problem. And another thing about also biomechanics is overuse and injuries. Partly, one thing which I have a problem with my university team is rest. We tend to think that the fountain of youth will last forever. We were there before, and if you don't emphasize this particular aspect on rest that is very important, you'll find somebody who has played maybe 3-4 years and injuries start coming up, and the important things about is what? Rest. Yeah, next slide. Nutrition is also something we take for granted in terms of sports science. We are what we eat. One thing that has been shown over consistently in terms of the research out there is that things like alcohol, recreational drugs, and everything perfect performance for the athlete. So we really need to emphasize that when you are coaching. Hydration is something we take for granted. We have recovery meals, recovery supplements, something which I've come to learn later on, now that I'm a bit enlightened, which the pros use a lot, something which we should recover, we should also work on in terms of coaching. So in terms of why pursue a career in sports, I think ultimately the only people who can understand what an athlete goes through is actually you, because you've been through this course, you've been through sports, you know what it takes, how to prepare and everything. And I think the only way is if somebody like you tells that story. Like for me, when I talk to my kids, I tell them, hey, look, you have to rest, because I know I never rested my body while I got injuries. You have to hydrate. You have to do the gym, because I've been through what they've been through. So I think the best way for us to grow this particular field is by us taking up this particular course of sports science and seeing how we can push the next level. Next slide, sorry. So what are some of the careers that you could take up? Coaching, some of the things you could do. Very interesting enough, when I was doing my EuroLeague course, we had professors who were talking to us about basketball. I never thought I'd find a professor who's a professor in basketball. And they'll be taught about everything. So some of which we could consider in some of the courses here. Things like also talent scouting. We also had a course there on how to scout talent, how to scout your opponents. There's a lot of, right now, the big thing that they're really working a lot is on statistics. From statistics, they can be able to tell you if this player plays well in this position, if this player in this, if we put this player, this other set of players, they play better. So scouting is also very important. Fitness is also very important. Right now, I think the main thing right now is people are getting more aware about fitness and everything. It's something to consider also. Sports administration. I think the people who can really understand what an athlete goes through is a former athlete. And I think it's good that we need to get to the habit of getting to sports administration. The next slide, please. So other things are psychology and physiology. You know, those are things that we only us would probably know what they're going through. Like, for example, a student who has stage fright when it comes to the game, how to talk to the student. Like for me, I usually have a few sessions with them, tell them how to prepare for a game mentally. Because sometimes, you know, they are very excited to reach. Like, I remember, like the first time we reached nationals this year, my boys were very, very excited. But at the same time, apart from excitement, as a coach, you should be able to read and see there's also a bit of fear. So as you do the training, you should be able to balance the two. And I think it helps a lot when we're able to do that. Nutrition is something which is also very important, something which you could also take into. And not living, because I think it's only us who can be able to understand this particular food is better for our athletes. The next slide. So I think what's the future? I was fortunate enough when I did my fellowship training in Liverpool. I went and observed the English system, and they have a lot of academies. I think the CBC may be better, but me, I'd prefer if you set up like regional centers of excellence. I mean, like we have athletes make a lot of money. Go somewhere in Iten, somewhere, put up a school dedicated specifically just for what? Running, have the best teachers there, they have the education. Soccer, Western Nyanza have good guys there, have something there, isn't it? Something to consider. Even rugby. I think that's something which going forward, because I think the way the CBC model is not bad, but I think the Ugandans have beaten us there, because Ugandans, what they normally do is that they have actually a regional school where all the best talent is put there. And when they put there, their job is very simple. For example, with basketball, your job is just to read, just 4 to 6 to go for their training, go back and read, 4 to 6 go back training. So I think something which, maybe something can be taken up from there. Data is something which I think is the next big thing. Collecting data on how to improve the game, data on injuries, how to prevent injuries, data how to improve performance, and this will probably mean we need to go and benchmark abroad and see what is there. Grassroots community outreach programs are also very important, how to get the people at the grassroots. I know we organize a lot of tournaments, and I think right now, I speak for basketball because I'm a basketball field, we have a lot of academies coming up. The only thing is that maybe it would be good at least if we have some way of how to check and confirm if they're actually teaching the right thing. And I think also having a curriculum. I'll borrow like the Rwanda. Rwanda actually have a very nice model. The head coach has set the curriculum for basketball, and everybody has to follow a particular curriculum, whether they like it or not. So what basically means that if I play one particular position, if I'm in Western, if I'm in Kisumu, if I'm in Mombasa, if it's a point guard, everybody has the same standard set skill set. If it's a big man, it's the same. I think something to consider going forward. Professional pathways, I think adding more educational forums, more educational courses at the university will help. Like I was very surprised when I was doing the EuroLeague course. People have ventured into very interesting things, physiology, nutrition, just sports alone. It was very impressive. It was run by the Serbians. They've really done a good job. It is something which maybe you could benchmark going forward. And I think looking for other avenues to see how we can learn as much as possible. Maybe the next slide. So in terms of my story as an athlete, I've been a bit fortunate. I came from a school that never used to play basketball. I came from a school, those who know Nairobi school, we were just known for rugby. So we were very terrible those days. I think we lost like every game. I think we won like one game in like 2 or 3 years. But fortunate for me, when I finished those 2 years, those days we used to have 2 years before I went to campus, I had some good mentors and coaches. When then I picked up the sport. Then I went to campus. Campus, public, at least the senior players used to mold us a lot and mentorship. And lucky for me, at least towards the end of my tenure there, I was fortunate to get a call up the national team. With medicine, after medicine, you have to go do internship. So I took a break for internship. Then I came back for my master's. So during my master's, the time I was playing for Coop Bank, it was tough balancing. Balancing was tough because master's, I was doing a course called internal medicine. For medicine, when you do medicine, it's an 8 to 5 course. So there's nothing like at the evening class or anything like that. So you have to do 8 to 5, Sunday to Sunday. So in between, so I used to use basketball as a way to kill the stress and everything. And it was tough. It was tough. But I was fortunate enough that during that particular time, we won a couple of titles. I thank God for that. And then afterwards, now, towards the end of my time at COP, injuries started coming up because I was not taking good care of my body, but also rest was a challenge. So afterwards, I got a chance to go to UK. And the UK, I was very impressed when I went there because I went for rheumatology training. But something which also caught my eye was that when I was in a place in Liverpool, they used to have an academy there. People as young as 13, 14 already have level 1 coaching certificate, level 1 already refereeing certificate. And actually, how they used to arrange the program was that a 14-year-old will ref under 12, 18 will coach ref under 14. So it's a good mentorship. And I was very surprised when you talk to some of the kids there, they'll just tell you, me, I've made up my mind, I'll become a sports administrator, I'll become this. And look at their CV, is actually very good. They've done enough certificate courses up to level 1, level 2. And actually I was very impressed. And I think it's something which that's what I was pushing, like if you could have like specific talent centers, other than coaching how to play basketball, pick some of them, teach them how to ref, put them level 1 refing, level 1 coaching. Such that when you have these JSS games, instead of having the normal guys, have one of them also doing what? Refing. It's something to consider. I know it has a lot of financial implications, but I think ultimately, for those who have been in the game long enough, that we can't all be players. Some have to go into administration, refereeing, coaching. So it'd be a good way to build. So in terms of a student athlete, what has taught me is the first thing is time management. When you have, my career is very tough. We have to account for every single minute. Generally, I wake up like at 4:05, like today I have 4:05, to make sure that by 4 I'm done with the clinic, and I go to what? To go and coach. Another thing is discipline. You don't have many things to do by day. So it's just either simple, either you are coaching, or you're working, or you're at home. There are not many things you do from there. Health benefits also are good. Right now there's an increase in terms of diabetes, hypertension, so it helps there. Goal setting, networking. I wouldn't have got an opportunity like this to come here. Actually, the time when I was doing my studies in Liverpool, they're not very social people, to be honest. The thing that saved me was actually that I played basketball. So when you play basketball you have to talk. So that's how you make friends. So at least during that time when I was there, the networking part was good, because my other colleagues who had come on the similar scholarship found it a bit rough because they were not able to communicate well with those people. So, but me, because I was playing basketball, I made a lot of friends. In fact, someone even proposed that they could give me an illegal visa to extend my stay there. To like, no, I need to go back home. Yes. The next slide. So in terms of transition, it's tough. You know, I know the CBC is a good model, but we also have to be realistic that outside maybe athletics and maybe soccer, I think athletics and maybe volleyball, in terms of money as an athlete is not that much. So at least you'll be able to find a way to balance that. And for me, it was tough. So you have to choose between either that, because remember the time I even got an offer to go abroad to play, but I said, no, I think where I've reached, let me just. Another thing is we lack mentorship, so I think this is a very good forum. So I think something which maybe organizing courses like this and inviting current players to come here and tell them how to transition, because I know that's one of the biggest problems you have as athletes. And remember, there's a saying you normally say, when athleticism dies at the age of 30 is when you stop being, you die. At least die 2 deaths. 1, when athleticism dies, and 2, when you do what? You die. The next slide. So those are the teams that I coach. I coach the men's team. Also, the ladies have been a challenge. When you coach ladies, a lot of issues. You know, you have to even have to carry pads in the car because never knows what to happen. And I've been honest, been humbled coaching ladies. They're very good to coach, but a lot of dynamics. The team in yellow are my high school team. We were fortunate enough to go to nationals this year after a very long struggle. Malamo knows how long it has taken us to get there. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please, just before you go, Daktari, that's of course Daktari Eugene Kalman Genga, medical doctor. I just have 2 questions, but just before I ask you, I would like to recognize the presence of the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Academy of Sports, Dr. Doreen Odhiambo, PhD. Asante sana. I also like to acknowledge the presence of Kenya Academy of Sports Director, Dr. John Okwemba. I'd also like to recognize the presence of members of the Council of the Kenya Academy of Sports in the house, including, of course, Coach Paul Sang, Cynthia Mumbo, amongst others. Daktari, I have one question. You've talked about the transitioning. Somebody amongst us would be very curious to know which institutions or which schools or which universities offer opportunities whereby they can easily transition and get involved in such kind of careers as sports coach, research, physiology, physiotherapy, all those. Which institutions do you think you can advise them to do that? And as the federations in Kenya, government agencies, what roles do they have in terms of assisting athletes to have that kind of transition?
Okay. So thank you for that question. I think some of the universities have introduced courses. I know JKUAT have a physiotherapy course. I've introduced. KU have a lot of sports medicine, something which you could also consider. University of Nairobi also have started something. There's a coaching course they have started that will help there also. Those are some of the places you could do those particular courses. In terms of for the federation, I think the biggest, I think I call it fool's gold. Why? Because we always think we'll be young forever. So I think we just need to organize forum whereby we'll be able to educate our athletes and tell them, hey, look, you not play basketball forever. Organizing forums like this whereby we're able to tell them, look, after basketball, I use basketball as an example, there are other courses you could do. So I think a forum like this would be a very good idea. I know maybe the registration is a bit of a hindrance for some of the people to come attend, but I think it's something to consider. But I think ultimately, like I was saying, I think the CBC is not a bad model, but we need like a super talent center where you have the best coaches, where people can be able to meet there, and then from there now, they'll be able to educate and they can move forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daktari, for this wonderful... a round of applause for Daktari Eugene Genga. Of course, just before you go, I'm being told we have, there's a journalist, Barry, one of our top key journalists here who has a question for you. I'm sure we'll just make it very short and quick.
Thank you, Daktari. My name is Barry. My question regards, you're coaching in a league, and I've seen different disciplines, football, basketball, etc. Maybe it's only rugby. I've seen that the bench power is very thin on medical stuff. I saw the other day I was in a handball match. They don't even have a physio. Where do you think the challenge is when it comes to teams putting emphasis on the medical stuff?
So that's a very good question. I don't be blacklisted or anything, but from somebody who has played the sport, I'll even give, for example, the time I had gone to play for national team, and I was actually team player stroke team doctor, that particular. So I think one of the major issues is finances. I think if we're able to partner with some of these local hospitals, I think it will go a long way in terms of limiting the terms of the bench issue. Another thing which I think we should learn from the Arabs are very interesting. For those who have played the Libyans, the Egyptians in particular, Egyptians will find the doctor is a basketball coach. The nutritionist is a basketball coach. The physiotherapist is a basketball coach. Everybody, they have about 10 coaches, but they have different functions. So I think if we're able to have more professionals who are like coaches, can go a long way. But I think the major interest is just finances. But also, I think there's a sports act that has been implemented, and I think it's just to enforce that particular sports act. That will also help. Thank you.
Just one question. Anyone person? One question. Let me watch and kimbia hapo tu sahi.
Good morning. My question is on nutrition. I wanted to know if an athlete's cultural background and the type of food commonly eaten in one's home country can affect their performance. I'm asking this because I work in a sports academy in Spain, and most of our boys go there, and the main problem or the main concern they raise is about food being insufficient. So the kind of food they eat, they say they are always hungry. And when they talk to the nutritionist says that whatever they are getting is sufficient for their performance. So they end up either going to buy takeout because they say it's not enough.
Dr. just before you answer, just one more question from this lovely lady.
Hi everyone. My name is Hope Omboy Ochieng. I'm 14 years old from Shadrach Kimalel Junior School. I am a menstrual champion advocating for the school-going girls, mostly the sport girls, to end period poverty, shame and stigma. And as a menstrual champion at the age of 14, I have seen teenage girls, mostly in sports, walk out of their sporting activities due to lack of menstrual products, which is resulting to shame and stigma brought about by leaking on their kids. What is your plan to see these girls restore their dignity in sports and nurture their talents with confidence and dignity?
Thank Thank you very much for that. Daktari.
That's a good question. So I'll start. Nutrition is a tricky one. I think if you just follow the science and everything, it's more of proteins that are useful. The challenge we have, like I'll give you for example, in the medical profession, I will not go and tell us, for example, a Somali has come to see you with gout. They don't take alcohol. So I'll not start talking about what, don't take what? Alcohol. So the example I'm trying to say is that different cultures have different eating habits and everything. It's a difficult answer, but for them, it's either one, they could adapt to that particular lifestyle, but also the other thing would be, is it possible? I've noticed some teams actually carry a chef or something to go and cook the local food there, something to consider. But if food, the nutrition actually affects their performance. About the question about the menstrual, to be honest, like I said, when you coach boys, you don't hear those things. So remember the first time we were coaching girls, because the coach had left for greener pasture, so I was now told to take over the girls' team. You come for practice when everybody's moody, I don't know, everybody's going to the toilet, what is going on here? Then as time progressed, I realized actually it's what? It's because of the periods. So like for us, like what we do in our side, we speak on what we do in Nairobi, we've been forced to put up a pad fund actually, whereby we buy pads, and actually, because another person here has me called Busu, who's the one who coaches men in the girl team, because it's a bit of a difficult. So we actually have pads in our car, such that now we avoid those things whereby they keep going. But I think ultimately, one thing that can go a long way is if we're able to get subsidized pads, but also put it as a prerequisite maybe from here, from CAS, and force maybe schools, universities that this should be given either subsidized or partner with some companies get like some free pads for their athletes, because ultimately that affects their performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. A round of applause for Dr. Eugene Kalman Genga, MD, expert urologist and former basketball player. Asante sana. The next, of course, we are transitioning, just the way we've been transitioning, been taught about transition, of course, into fitness careers in sports. Right now we're transitioning into the commercialization, media and marketing in sports. And of course, just to introduce the next speaker, allow me to move around and walk around, because that's how we are transitioning on this. Now, the next speaker has an extensive career in sports and sporting organizations, working with notable entities such as FIFA. FIFA is the world governing body in football, the National Football League, NFL, the New Zealand All Blacks, Football Australia, and of course recently served as the head of licensing and retail at FIFA. Please, ladies and gentlemen, assist me to welcome on stage Miss Sarah Bona, a partner, of course, at Worldwide X, and of course, a former head retail licensing and federation of FIFA. Karibu sana, Sarah. And you can tell us something in Kiswahili.
Asante sana.
Welcome.
Asante sana. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Hi everyone. I am also very truly honoured to be here and part of this very important topic of careers in sport. I am Australian originally. I was born in a very small village in Australia, and I played sport all of my life. I definitely wanted to be an Olympian. I was a triple jumper and an athlete, and I didn't just play sport, I lived it. And so when I kind of realized that I had to study and figure out what life looked like next, I actually studied exercise and sports science, Dr. Eugene. So it was a wonderful part of my education, but at the time there wasn't a lot of opportunity in that field, and so I just sort of had to figure out what I wanted to do. So I always knew I wanted to work in sport, and have been fortunate enough to build a career over the last 20 odd years. So I am very honoured and pleased to share that with you all today. So what is a career in retail and licensing? I think you always read, if you look at what commercialization in sport is, you always read about sponsorship and media rights and ticketing and hospitality, and then there's kind of this, oh, you can buy a kind of t-shirt or a cap. What does that actually look like? But there's a whole ecosystem behind what retail and licensing is. I've seen a couple of jerseys, I think, come in. And so I just wanted to talk to you a little bit today about what that ecosystem can look like and what the skill sets that involve this field of the commercialization in sport. So yeah, as I've been fortunate enough to work for these wonderful organisations, there is a lot of great logos up here. FIFA was an incredible experience that brought me to Switzerland. I spent about 5 years at the National Football League in the UK, so part of the international team. Part of the international team for the NFL, so American football, very different sport. I was fortunate enough to do some work most recently with FIBA, so the International Basketball Federation out of Switzerland. There's a logo you won't recognise up there, which is G2 Esports, so there is definitely a transition from sport into esports as well in this field of retail and licensing. And I think probably, when you work in these organisations, what does that actually mean? So really going on to manage programs for the FIFA World Cup, the FIFA Women's World Cup, the London Games, the Super Bowl, which was an incredible experience. But all of that being part of this working ecosystem in this working environment. So it's a real privilege to work for some of these organisations. And you do work hard. You do work hard as well. So what is the job? It's going to test my eyes here from my perspective, but I won't go through all of this, but essentially what is retail and licensing? It is the gear, the stuff that you wear as a fan, as a consumer. Thank you. And what does it kind of... Thank you. Asante sana. And what are the specialist skills? And I wanted to kind of include this slide to really highlight that it's very varied that in this field of retail and licensing. So what does it entail? New business development, it's a hustle. You're going out, you're selling, you're talking to people, you're figuring out what a deal could look like. So if you've got an entrepreneurial spirit and you like relationships and building relationships, that is certainly a skill that's valuable from a commercialization perspective in this area of the business. Looking at sort of the deal terms, so how do you pull it all together? Super interesting. You work with legal, we're working on contracts and intellectual property, and what are the deals, what do the terms and conditions of these deals look like? You're looking at budgeting and forecasting, talking again previously around how do you bring nutritionists, how do you bring physiotherapists, how do you bring more talent into the sport? You can do it through commercialization, so we certainly play an incredibly important role in that, in supporting the team across all the areas of the business. You're looking at business strategy, very much in this day and age, data, strategy, analytics, looking at what that looks like. So if you like numbers, there's a really important skill set sort of sitting within this area of the business. Certainly brand and IP development, product development, super creative. What does the product look like? How do you build it? How do you design it for what you guys want to wear? Really, that's the super important part of the crux of what this role does. Stakeholder management, how are you working with the clubs, the teams, the partners, the players associations? So you have a lot of touch points in this area of the business as well. So really, if you're interested in partnerships and relationships and you're good with people, it's a really sort of key skill to have within this role. Certainly then working with retail partnerships, and then what does that mean? How do you launch a product? What is the marketing behind that? What's the messaging? So again, that creative part of the business. Looking at your direct-to-consumer programs. So when you go to an event, you find a store, you want to buy something. How does that all happen? How do you become part of that ecosystem, if you like? And then you've got like sponsorship integration. So you read and probably learn a lot about sponsorship over the course of your investigation or your curiosity into sports commercialization. And we cross over a lot in sponsorship. So the official Puma ball that you see, well, now the Premier League players kicking around, that is a retail and licensing component, and it also has a sponsorship deal. So there's a lot of crossover. The Adidas deal with Arsenal is a sponsorship deal, but it has a big part of that is retail and licensing. So there's a lot of crossover within the business. And so I kind of just really pulled together a little bit of like, what's in a title? What does it mean? Where do you start? I started here. I was a client manager and a personal trainer after doing sports science at university. And then I kind of knew that I wanted to work a little bit more entrepreneurial, a little bit more on the business side. So I started as a receptionist at a basketball club in Australia, the Southeast Melbourne Magic, which no longer exists. And it was my dream job. I just loved it. I got to go and watch basketball on the weekends and work within there, and graduated to commercial events and hospitality assistants, licensing manager, product manager, head of consumer products. And I've kind of, you know, it was definitely a bumpy up and down path along the way, and then fortunate enough to now sit in this sort of role around the vice president and agency partner, project lead, whatever that looks like. So it's really just to sort of highlight that you start somewhere, anywhere, become curious, work super hard, and the world's your oyster. It doesn't have any limitations around where you may end up. Oh, I am sorry. My apologies, guys. Got a little trigger happy. It's okay to reload.
The media team, we can kindly just, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, IT. So here's just a little slide about the ecosystem. What does this mean? To try and put the role in context a little bit, I believe there are a number of Arsenal supporters around the place, and I'm informed this morning that it's Arsenal or Manchester United, so apologies for the Manchester United supporters if there are any here. Just envision that that's a Manchester United jersey instead, and a Manchester United logo. But kind of what this tells you is that product that sort of sits there, that kind of core product in retail and licensing, there's a whole bunch of careers and jobs that surround that product. Whether that is working at Arsenal, very important, obviously, from a club and the club and team perspective. Then there's Adidas. You're doing the deal, you can negotiate the deal in sports marketing, you're designing the product, you're building out the specs, you're sourcing the product, you're making the fabric. So there's a whole ecosystem of kind of the role to create that jersey through, whether that's Adidas, Nike, Puma, local company, it doesn't really matter. There's the advertising agency that Adidas use. I think Arsenal just launched their third jersey. It was a Mona Lisa sort of style campaign. It was super cool. Where does that creativity come from? Adidas, Nike, they generally don't do that themselves. So there's a real kind of cool creative aspect in that. There's printing, like official licensed product. There's all the swing tags, the sew-in labels. There's kind of, you know, print and design elements to that. There's building the style guides, the RT, the creative agency that they use for all the branding and how that kind of all evolves from a design perspective. The Armory is the retail store that Arsenal run. So working in retail, there's buying and merchandising, numbers, planning, all of those things. And then really the major retail stores. So how do they actually generate global incremental revenue. It's through taking that product into retail so that you and I can actually go in and buy that. So there's a buyer, there's a planner, there's a merchandiser at these kind of major retailers around the world. So it just gives you a bit of a sense, I hope, of the ecosystem isn't, oh, I need to work at the club, at Arsenal. There's a whole bunch of touch points that are really cool that create and contribute to the creation of this product and this jersey. So that ultimately the players can wear it and the fans can celebrate. So essentially everything in retail and licensing is about what you want to wear, why you want to wear it, and the pride that comes with that, and the design and the IP and everything that sort of sits behind that is ultimately to create this. I think it's jovial joy. I'm not sure by the rest of the crowd, but this is sort of the area of the business. And then I just wanted to pull together a little bit of like real life examples. So when you think about what the league and the rights holder owns, so in the example here, that could be CAF, the Confederation of African Football. In this case, it's FIFA. So when you, if you're fortunate enough to go to a World Cup, we build these sort of mega stores here, work with a partner in the region to do that. There's branding, there's logistics, there's what's in the store, there's building this temporary pop-up, so there's a lot of kind of companies and industries that contribute to us just being able to walk into this wonderful store and buy our souvenir. On the right, we built a store with Qatar Duty Free and Qatar Airways in the Hamad International Airport. It still exists today, so the creative vision behind that and how we would translated a FIFA the brand into a FIFA the retail store. Worked pretty hard on the strategy and built that with a partner. And then e-commerce very much is the same. Sort of it went from what is a FIFA World Cup once every 4 years store to look like to how do we kind of build a global platform that houses all things football, and what is the brand, what is the IP look like, who do we work with, where does Adidas fit into that as a big partner of FIFA. So the real execution and the strategy and the thought behind that kind of builds from there in retail and licensing. And then this is the creative side, the marketing. How do you sell the jersey? How do you tell the story around the jersey? And the image on the left, this is a young girl that we worked with at the NFL. She just started buying the product and posting things, and we ended up using her. She came to the games. We did photo shoots online. And so there's ways from a creative perspective as well, become experts in the field, visual expression, that you can really work with in this industry. It's really cool, and it's very endless, in my view. And so really to conclude, I guess, I hope what you will take away from this is that every single talent that you have, whether that's creative, numbers, sales, entrepreneurship, whatever that looks like and whatever resonates with you, there's lots of touch points. It's limitless, that enable you to really work in this wonderful industry and contribute to the commercialization and contribute then to the ecosystem and the quality of the product that you'll see. So I thank you so much, and I hope that was valuable and interesting for you all.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for that. A round of applause, tafadhali. Asante sana. Just before you leave the stage, I will be asking if anybody has one question or two, and just as you prepare for that, I have one question. What are some of the opportunities now that you've mentioned? Of course, you've worked with FIFA and with other organizations. I know Kenya is a member of FIFA, which is the world governing body in the world. What are some of the opportunities for these athletes at FIFA, and how can they access them now that, of course, you've actually been in the ecosystem of FIFA, so that now our athletes, as they grow up, they can always tap into that?
Yeah, I think there's certainly the advice is just be curious and look at the events that are happening here. You've got Chan at the moment, but you've got AFCON coming up in 2027. So is there a way that, start with CAF, figure out what is the organising committee, where's the skills, what do they need? It's not an exact science. As I say, I think the curiosity and figuring out your talents and what you enjoy and what you love and what you can contribute is really important. So when you look at what you've got, the opportunities in Kenya coming up, in football, in major events, how do you be part of that? And then you go to CAF, and then that looks at sort of what are the events that FIFA are running. There's a World Cup coming in Morocco in 2030. There's hundreds to thousands of people on the ground that FIFA employ around those events, and more often than not, they are.
Any person with a question before I ask Barry to ask a question? Any other person? We're taking like 2 questions before we bring in the next speaker. Barry, please take it.
Thank you, Sarah, for elaborate presentation. My question is directly to merchandising. This part of the world, we don't seem to either understand it or, get the best out of it. How can, for example, the East African region get the best out of merchandising? I'm speaking like this because we have a tournament in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. I don't see the aspect of merchandising so much as it should be.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. I think part of the work that we did with Sport Connect at FIFA was understanding how the consumer consumes in this market. That's really important in terms of how you build your program. If we take a program from FIFA and we say, yeah, let's put that in Kenya, is that going to work? Probably not. So there's a real piece of work to do, whether that's your federation, your organisation, and we're working with CAF at the moment. I'm fortunate enough to work with a company out of Morocco, 1896, where CAF are now looking at, okay, we have Puma, but what else? How can we actually build that? So there's a understanding intellectual property. How do you protect the Kenya Football Federation logo? Then how do you sort of take that out to the consumer? What do your fans want to buy? What's the right price point for them to buy it at? Like, how do you structure the commercials around that? And I think it's really important to look at that from a host market perspective. It is still different. It's different in Switzerland to what it is in the UK to what it is in the US. US is incredibly commercial. So how do you sort of take some of those principles but really make it work in this market? I think with AFCON coming, it's a really exciting opportunity to do that. How do you build from, if CAF kind of look at Morocco and then start to integrate what that looks like, then how do you sort of build that on to look at 2027? Because you've got some really interesting events coming up, and it's protecting your intellectual property and figuring out how to commercialize it for your consumer and your market. I think it's really important.
Thank you very much. Sarah, any one last question before I ask mine? You can raise your hand unless I'm not seeing anyone this side. Sarah, also just before you displayed to us an Arsenal jersey. And as a curious football fan, I would like to know which team you support, or you just declared it publicly at KICC.
100% Arsenal. Oh, sorry, Manchester United supporters. No.
Well, of course, on Arsenal, I'm a Chelsea fan. So I'm a Chelsea diehard fan. You're also a sports licensing agency expert.
Yeah.
What are the opportunities that are available? I know former Arsenal coach, Arsene Wenger, transitioned from being a coach, a very successful coach, for that matter, a legend in coaching, and now currently works with FIFA. Former Senegal coach, who of course steered that particular team to continental glory, is currently with FIFA. A coach here or an athlete will be looking to maybe to also to make that kind of step. What would you like to tell them? How do they get into that? It looks very simple from the Arsene and all that, but how does that I mean, how can that really happen for this particular audience?
You know, I would say, and coaching is not my foray, but it is the first time I ever went to Switzerland. My father was born in Switzerland, and I was working at Football Australia, and I did a tour of the FIFA office at the time, and I walked around like a kid in a candy store, just literally going, wow, how could I ever work in this organisation? It would be an absolute dream. And it felt incredibly impossible from this small town in Australia. And all I would say is your curiosity and your path and your passion and the work that you do enabled me, and the network. You know, the opportunity came up at FIFA through a network that I knew from New Zealand, from the All Blacks. So you never know whoever you work with in whatever tournament, where they will end up. And it has really enabled me to realise this dream of working at FIFA. And so the networking, and Arsene would be the same, and your colleagues would be the same. Be involved, be part of it, and you never know who you'll meet, who'll recognise your talent and elevate. And I hope to see one of you in Switzerland one day.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for that presentation. A round of applause, unless I'm looking out any person with a question. Thank you so much. You may take, of course, your seat. Asante sana. Remember, if you're joining us, this, of course, is the Kenya Academy of Sports National Career Fair and Symposium 2025. I am, of course, your moderator, Tony Kwalanda. Thank you very much, Sarah. For that, of course, remember, Sarah is a former head of licensing and retail, the FIFA, that's, of course, the world governing body, and former head of consumer products and international, and then, of course, NFL, and, of course, former licensing director, Football Australia. Please ensure you definitely get contacts and connections and get to learn something from Sarah. Asante sana. Now, I know we, of course, to appreciate us as well, the presence of the CEO of CAS, Dr. Doreen Odhiambo, of course, the council members of the CAS, directors of CAS, tunashukuru sana. Quickly, of course, I know we have Patrick Sang, who is a council member of the Kenya Academy of Sports. I'd just like to mention one line. Patrick Kiprop Sang is a visionary athletics coach and an Olympic silver medalist. He is a celebrated career spanning 3 decades in elite sports and is known for coaching global champions like Eliud Kipchoge, Faith Kipyegon, and Geoffrey Kamworor. So Patrick Sang, we appreciate your presence here. Asante sana. All right. And of course, also another council member in this particular house, of course, is Ms. Cynthia Mumbo, who is a council member of the Kenya Academy of Sports and also the Chief Executive Officer of Sports Connect Africa. She is a leading figure in Africa's sports industries, known for driving strategic transformation and building international partnerships. As a founder and CEO of Sports Connect Africa, a Nairobi-based consultancy, she collaborates with major organizations like NBA Africa and FIFA to grow the continent's sports economy. Thank you very much, Ms. Cynthia Mumbo, wherever you are. Asante, we appreciate your presence. We also have another director of CAS, Dr. John Okwemba. Please make sure by the end of the day you get to interact with these great minds, because your network is your net worth. Your green network is your net worth. Now, just to introduce to you the next speaker. He, of course, representing, remember yesterday we had a very keen interest in the education session. Most of you know that. We were here and a lot of people had a lot of key questions and, of course, highlights from the education sector. And who else other than someone from the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, representing the Chief Executive Officer for this particular session. Dr. Robert Kasisi, of course, as he comes on stage to speak to us and make that presentation, he'll be taking us on the topic of unpacking the sports track in competence-based education. Just quickly to read you some, of course, of his background so you understand where he comes from. A postgraduate diploma in education from KCA University, senior manager course from the Kenya School of Government, Doctor of Philosophy in Biostatistics from Moi University, Master of Science in Information Systems Management, KCA University, Master of Science in Applied Statistics, Jomo Kenyatta University in Agriculture and Technology, Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Computer Science, second class honors, upper division, Jomo Kenyatta University of Architecture and Technology, St. Charles Lwanga School, Kenya Certificate of Primary Education, Kanduti Primary School, Kenya Certificate of Primary. Ladies and gentlemen, please assist me to welcome Dr. Robert Kasisi from the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Thank you.
Yeah. Kindly project the presentation for Dr. Robert. Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you. So I'll be talking about academic training and career opportunities. I'm also representing Dr. Lydia Musheru, who is on another assignment. Next slide, please.
Remember, if you're joining us, we are in the session of unpacking the sports track in the competence-based education, CBE. This is, of course, that particular session that yesterday elicited a lot of questions and interest. That is the education. Daktari. And please,
Okay.
All right, thank you, Daktari.
Thank you very much. So, CBC, we have 3 different levels in CBC. CBC is curriculum, competence-based curriculum, as you're aware, and that is what we are implementing. It's our mandate as KICD to implement curriculum up to tertiary levels. So, for the CBC up to junior school, we have 3 levels. We have pre-primary, which focuses on interaction. For the primary, we look at, we focus mainly on the socialization of skills, and for the junior school, we focus on exploration. And this is the last stage before we go to the career pathways. This is the senior school, where we focus on the pre-career skills. So, in the senior school, before our students choose the career pathways, it comprises of 3 years of education for learners at the age bracket of 15 to 18 years, and this marks the end of the basic education as defined by the Basic Education Act, as you can see there. So this senior school, it lays the foundation for further education and the training at the tertiary level and the world of work. It provides an existing opportunity for learners to be engaged, empowered, and to become ethical citizens. So now for sports, my apologies. Just a minute. Someone to assist?
Yes,
just
yeah.
trying.
Up there.
Just trying to go to the next slide.
Which is the title? You're going which title?
Okay. Just take me to the.
Which title?
Second.
Essence of statement.
Yeah.
Please take to the essence of statement. Essence statement, yes. Essence apple.
Oh, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr.
Yeah. So, I wanted to talk about how we are transitioning from senior school to the sports pathway. And one of the essential reasons for this area of sports is to prepare students for careers in sports or further tertiary education while fostering a culture of active, healthy living. So looking at the learning outcomes, sports track clearly prepares those who will take it for different careers, e.g., to utilize technology to effectively create, analyze, store data, and communicate sports in recreation. The sports pathway also enables students to conduct scientific inquiry in sports and recreation for problem solving, and also to undertake analysis in sports and recreation in order to interpret data and apply different sports contexts. It also demonstrates refined skills and techniques in sports for enjoyment, personal development, and career growth. Another learning outcome is to display abilities and competencies to organize, administer, and manage different sports and recreation activities for promotion of healthy lifestyle. Another outcome is to apply knowledge and understanding of pertinent and contemporary issues in sports and recreation programs, among others. So emphasis on careers can be seen on the three strands of sports in senior school. And the strands are health and fitness, coaching, and officiating. So this is the summary of the strands. As you are aware, senior school starts from grade 10, 11, and 12. So for grade 10, we have several topical areas that touch on strands. Just to mention a few, we have sports and society, we have body composition, we have posture for efficient performance, we have aerobics, we have recreation and wellness, we have injuries in sports. Under the strand of coaching, we have introduction to coaching, we have facilities and equipments in sports and recreation, we have improvisation of equipment and the modification of facilities. We also have tactical skills in athletics, we have formations in game, and we have talent detection and identification. On the third strand of officiating, we have principles of officiating, we have team and meet officials. That is for grade 10. Now, when you come to grade 11, we also have topics on sports. One of them is sports and society, fitness training methods, principles of training, aerobics, recreation and wellness, injuries in sports and recreation, basic training methods, risk management in sports. And we also have organization of sports and recreation activities. We have competition formats in sports, tactical skills in athletics, formation in games, talent selection and nurturing, code of conduct for officials, officiating games, officiating field events. So as you can see, we have a lot that we have covered in CBC on the area of sports. Okay, some of the key content and skill areas that are covered in these strands include understanding health and fitness. This is whereby knowledge of body composition, injury prevention, postures, and wellness is covered. Under coaching skills, we talk about techniques in training, organizing sports activities, tactical understanding, and talent development. Under officiating skills, we have content on principles of officiating, rules and regulations. That includes ethical conduct. and managing sports events. On practical application, we talk about developing skills for coaching, officiating, and facilitating sports activities. Okay, now this chart looks at career planning. It begins by knowing yourself, then you learn aptitude, you know your interests, you explore different options, and then you try to link strength to your career. So same is discussed there. Now, some of the senior school core subjects, as you can see from here, you can see that physical education is highly amplified. We have English, Kiswahili, and essential mathematics, and physical education as a core subject. So you can see we have tried to integrate sports in our curriculum. Okay, so the pathways, senior school pathways and the tracks, you can see we have arts and sports science. And this you can branch to sports science, which involves sports and recreation. We have arts, which looks at music and dance, theater and film, and then fine arts. In social sciences, you can see we have languages and literature, and then humanities, discussed there. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, we have pure sciences, applied sciences, but in technical studies, again, sports is being covered. You can see we have issues to do with media technology, marine technology. These are offered as well. Now, in terms of lesson distributions at senior school, you can see that physical education has been allocated adequate lessons per week. It has 3 lessons per week, and each lesson is 40 minutes per lesson. So a lot of emphasis on that. Total subjects for senior school are 7, taking the 4 of the 4 core subjects plus the sports pathway means this is a total of 5. The other 2 additional subjects can be drawn from any other pathway or track, e.g. from languages, humanities, pure sciences, applied sciences, and etc., depending on interest, ability, and career choices. So thank you, and I want to hand over to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. A round of applause for Dr. Robert Kasisi, who is a senior researcher at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, representing the Chief Executive Officer of KICD. We'll open, of course, a few 1, 2, or 3 questions, but just before that, I have a question myself. Of course, recently for those who are joining us, just to remind you, this is the Kenya Academy of Sports, National Career Fair and Symposium, of course, in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, the Ministry of Education, and other agencies. Just to remind you that we have different organizations here represented, and it's very important for you and I to get to know who is here, because it will assist you in knowing exactly how you're going to interact with who is here. Now, we have government ministry and agencies, county governments, sports federations and associations, representatives are here, universities and training institutions, corporate and industry players, embassies and diplomatic missions, NGOs and development partners, sports legends and professionals, employers and recruiters. So nakuomba tafadhali, if I switch to Kiswahili kidogo, kama wewe uko hapa, kuna watu wengi hapa ambao wanawakilisha hizo idara tofauti za serikali ama zile ambazo si za kiserikali. Please get to know them, get your business cards, introduce yourself. You just never know what that may lead you into. Dr. Robert, the Minister for Sports, or the Cabinet Secretary of Sports, Salim Vuria, we've seen him recently. About 37 sports academies have been launched across, almost across the country. I know they are aiming at around 50 across the country. As a parent who is here, they're just curious to know, how fully has it been implemented that now children, as you mentioned, about 3 sessions of physical education are in most of this particular curriculum? How fully is it implemented in our institutions?
Thank you. I will say it is quite adequately implemented, and we actually, as KICD, we are monitoring the implementation. We normally visit the schools and we get feedback to know that it is being implemented. So yeah, it is adequately implemented at the moment.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Yes, I know, Barry, you don't have a question. Swali, wacha tunaleta. Wahome will be able to bring to you the microphone. My colleague Wahome will move around to Sawa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. My name is Danstan Nyaudo. The head coach, Ulinzi Stars. You've talked about CBC, which is competency-based curriculum, right? From the grassroots of our education system, we have the pre, the primary, the junior, and the senior. But from where I sit, I've not seen that clear development policy on talent. Because when you talk about competency-based, it's about what someone would want to be in future and how to nurture it up to that time that he feels he has achieved what he wanted. But most of it, or most of the things that are done in school today, you see, like I want to give an example of what my child told me the other day. I asked him, because I saw it in his report from school, that what he would want to be, he would want to be a footballer. But the school does not have a football pitch. So how then would he be a footballer when the school does not have a football pitch? 2, I've been to South Africa, and I've visited so many schools, and especially the southern part of this continent. You find that when you go to school, any school, you will have pitches for all sports disciplines. You have a school which has a running track, a rugby pitch, a football pitch, a swimming pool, and because the school has allocated that time for those particular activities, when you break for sports or for PE or for whatever in your program, you go to that thing that interests you, not what you're forced to do. So I'm still asking, because when I look at the composition of, or what CAS is mandated to do, and KICD, I have a feeling that we need to be so much involved in planning on how to develop the competency-based curriculum activities in schools. And again, I want to also talk about the issue of engaging specialists in developing or nurturing talent in children. Why then can't we have, because I think for this country now, we have so many coaches who have been trained for the last 5 years. Why can't we then make it a policy that in the composition of the school instructors and teachers, we have those coaches who can develop talent right from grassroots, so that when we have the teaching staff, someone is teaching biology, someone is teaching Swahili, whatever, but you also have a football coach, you have an athletic coach, you have a rugby coach, so that by the time someone gets to the time when he wants to decide on what to do or what to be in terms of sport, then he knows and he has been guided correctly. Because as a coach, that is a problem we have so much.
Okay.
We have people, students or pupils who would want to be things, they have the talent, but they have not been coached or brought up in a better way.
Thank you very much, Coach. Daktari, you want to respond to that before we get to the next question?
Thank you. Thank you. That is a point to take. It's a good recommendation that we need to have coaches right from the start. The other thing that you mentioned is the issue of infrastructure. Yes, it is a challenge, but we are trying to address it, and you are aware that the government is trying to address it. As far as implementation is going on, most of the things we are doing is trying to teach the learners on how to improve on the sports career, to develop interest, in addition to developing other competencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. I know it's very important what the coaches are very insisting about, really having a policy whereby very professional coaches or experts are actually now included into the entire curriculum, besides using the physical education teacher to do that work. I know that's a conversation between the coach and the KICD. Next question, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Edna Thangu from Kenyatta University, Department of Recreation and Sports Management. Thank you for your presentation, and I want to add a little bit more weight to what Coach has said. I understand I'm a physical education teacher, and I know the safeguarding issues, it's a bit difficult to bring in maybe personnel who are not from the sports, from the teaching fraternity in, but I think it's about time we change that, because as a PE teacher, I might not do what a coach does. A PE teacher would bring in to teach the skill. Now the coach needs to take that further and develop the talent. So my question is related to what he has said, and it was about the capacity, even as you've presented, year 10, 11, 12, are we ready? Are the PE teachers currently who are being churned out from our universities ready to handle that? What that has someone who knows exercise science, sports and recreation management, and physical education. I'm a bit worried. Please convince me otherwise. Thank you.
Asante. Daktari, you want to respond? And before Daktari, you respond to that, I would like to recognize the presence of the Kenya Academy of Sports Directors. Of course, one is Director Joyce Owiti from the Kenya Academy of Sports. Joyce Owiti, wherever you are, you can wave at us. Thank you very much, Director Joyce Owiti from the Kenya Academy of Sports. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Director Dr. David Okoti from the Kenya Academy of Sports. Director Penyoko Daktari, asante sana. Thank you. Daktari, please respond to that.
Thank you. So I would say we are preparing. We may not be very ready, but we are preparing. As we speak, at the moment we are still, we are in the field retooling teachers on matters of how to transition to the pathways. So we are preparing for that. Yeah.
Haya. Asante, najua tutakuwa na conversation more kabisa. Naomba nichukue swali moja ingine moja, najua inafaa tuende kwa health break, tuende to relax kidogo, tupumzishe koo zetu. Just 2 more maybe, let's say. All right.
Okay, thank you. So, my name is Samuel Kimani. I'm a teacher, mathematics, but I'm also a coach, basketball. So my question is, I know you'll be doing retouring next week for the teachers. So my question goes on facilities. You find we don't have enough facilities in our schools. Like for example, in a school that I'm a basketball coach, I don't have a basketball pitch, so I have to train those students kwa nyasi. So even the dribbling and all that, so it becomes hectic. The other one, how do we centralize the parents? Like sports, iko sawa inalipa. Because you find so many parents, like they have already chosen in JSS, wanachagua STEM. So they don't want to go to sports. Hata ukisikia mtoto wako ati amechagua sports na mwambia hapana. So how do we convince these parents, like, iko sawa? Lastly, maybe because the CEO is here, of course, Madam CEO, how do we enroll schoolwork in those academies? Because you find, even if you put a student there, maybe he's a good footballer in those academies, maybe ako sawa, he's a trainer of football and all that, but classwork ameachwa. So how do we enroll those things? Thank you.
Asante. Daktari, as you of course look forward to answering that, Just one. I saw, Wahome, I saw a question. There's a lady, just one, atulize moja, then Daktari can answer 2 of them. Then at that juncture, I'll later on, of course, hand over to my co-moderator, Wanjiku Mwenda.
My name is Grace Mukunzi, and I'm from the Kenya Jump Rope Federation. And I hope we now all know that that's a sport, and we are trying to get it to be part of the school games next year. And we realize that jump rope is being taught in CBC as a subject, but the teachers are not very equipped with the skills because they really don't know it. They just know how to like jump for fun. And I was wondering, is there an opportunity for us to work with KICD to help in coming up with a curriculum so that now the teachers can be well equipped and ready so that when we roll jump rope as part of the school games, the whole system will be ready. So is there an opportunity to partner so that we can help in getting the curriculum standard?
All right, thank you. Daktari tafadhali, maswali hayo mawili.
Thank you. I will start with the first one. The issue of infrastructure and facilities we've discussed is a challenge, but the government is trying to address it. Now, the second one is on the issue of collaboration. We need to collaborate with the other partners and stakeholders, including CAS, to ensure that sports is embraced. And to the parents, I know there is a need to sensitize parents to see the sense in sports. So it is me and you, the teachers. Teachers, you are the people who directly deal with or interact with the parents. Please, we are insisting that you also, when you are in discussions with the parents, try to tell parents about the importance of this sports career. Yeah, and the last one was, is there an opportunity to partner with the organization and KICD to develop a curriculum? The answer is yes. We welcome you to KICD. Let's partner and develop a curriculum for that. Thank you.
Asante sana. Due to time.
I had a question.
You have a question. Will you make it very short, please?
Yes. Daktari, my name is Collins. I worked in a school, and there was a question yesterday that this creative arts and sports, it is combined, is a book combined by music, arts and sports. And you find that the PE teacher might not have that knowledge of music or arts. Okay, how, and it's quite a challenge while teaching PE, music, and arts at the same time. And from the curriculum design, you're supposed to combine the three, so that they are supposed to play while singing or while doing some arts at the same time.
Yeah.
And you see, in if a sports personnel focuses much on sports fully, maybe that's I found there was a challenge there. Then another question: how can you integrate federations to work with the school during school games? Because in officiating and also some other coaches in front of kids, the way they carry themselves is not that good.
Okay.
And also in terms of rules, they are not very much conversant.
All right.
Maybe how can we work on that? Thank you.
Daktari.
Thank you. So we have a component of peer teaching, if you remember, where teachers are encouraged to co-teach. So if it is creative arts and sports, if you are good in music and maybe someone else is good in another area, so you can co-teach in that particular learning area. Yeah. So I think that is okay that way.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for, of course, Dr. Robert Kasisi from the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, a senior researcher representing the CEO of KICD. Asante sana. For any further, of course, engagements, please, he is around. Get to know him more, get to understand, of course, any questions or compliments you want to engage with them. At this juncture, of course, remember later on after the health break, we'll be being the Principal Secretary of the State Department of TVET. So stick around for that, don't go away. But right now, let me hand you over to my co-moderator, Wanjiku Mwenda. My name is Tony Kwalanda.
Thank you, Tony. Much appreciate the work that you've done and the presentations that we have had this morning. We really appreciate it. I can see that so many questions are coming about in regards to the education and how we're incorporating CBC, how we're going to bring up the pathway and embrace it in our education to balance the sports part and education as well. So many questions for sure. And we'll also have an extended conversation when we touch on TVET immediately after the health break. But for now, I will want us to take that health break. It is very important. So we will take a 15-20 minutes health break. Kindly let us be back here by 11:15. Let us all manage time today. We will just go, the ushers will show you down. But we were here yesterday, you know where we are taking the health break around the corridors. Then let us be here at 11:15. Thank you.
naomba unipe namba yako nikuvutie waya, nikupeleke Chelewa, tunywe kahawa, tukitupa, tupa, tupa.
All right. Thank you very much. Nisisi Band, let us applaud them. Keeping you busy, a little bit entertainment. You know, we creative economy, sports. We are all blending the entertainment bit with sports and also youth affairs. Welcome back to the second session of day 2 of the National Sports Career Fair and Symposium 2025. Thank you for keeping time as well. So we have just had a very interactive session in the morning. We've touched on sports marketing, but we also touched a little bit more on education and how to deal with the CBC pathway and how to incorporate it with sports and in education. Just to expound on that, we will continue with another session in the second session of the day, and I'm going to invite back again to the stadium, or rather to the podium. We're so used to the stadium. To the podium, Tony Kwalanda, to take us through to the second session.
Thank you very much, Wanjiku Mwenda, for that. Good morning. Thank you very much for staying with us and coming back for this particular session. I would like to appreciate the presence. Remember, we are in the Kenya Academy of Sports National Career Fair and Symposium 2025, the inaugural one. And remember, it is, of course, in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, and Sports. So we are, of course, honored with the presence of the CEO of the Kenya Academy of Sports, Dr. Doreen Odhiambo. We also have council members with us here. Of course, we have Cynthia Mumbo, a council member in the Kenya Academy of Sports. We also have, of course, I mentioned to you, Mrs. Cynthia Mumbo, who is the CEO of Sports Connect. We also have Patrick Sang, council member of Kenya Academy of Sports. Also, I'd like to appreciate the presence of Director James Theuri from the Kenya Academy of Sports, Director Joyce Owiti, Director Dr. David Okoti, of course, amongst other top officials from the Kenya Academy of Sports, from the Ministry of Education, from the Ministry of Sports, and other government agencies. At this, of course, juncture, we are getting into the session where we are, of course, talking about skills and careers in sports sector. And this particular session was, of course, under the Principal Secretary in the State Department of TVET, Ministry of Education, Dr. Esther Mworia. However, she will be represented by Mr. Joseph Njau, who is the Secretary of TVET in the Ministry of Education. Please, ladies and gentlemen, assist me to welcome on stage Mr. Joseph Njau, Secretary, TVET, Ministry of Education. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, my brother, for that. I want to recognize Dr. Doreen Odhiambo, the CEO of Kenya Sports Academy. I've already also met a new friend, Dr. Bukara, and all the Kenya Sports Academy stakeholders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me say that my PS was supposed to be here with you, but due to very urgent engagement that came the 11th hour, that's why she's not here. And she called me urgent and he told me now, I don't want to disappoint, I want to send one of her officers. And since I was allowed, I was privileged to come and be together with you this morning. And my name is Joseph Jau, Secretary at TVET. And as you know that TVET, our main objective is to develop skills, all types of skills in this country. And when you're talking about Sports Academy, we are there in a big way, although we have not explored the entire spectrum of Sports Academy. So I just want to bring to you the statement from my boss, Dr. Esther Dharamolia, who is the PS for TVET. And here is the Here is a speech from my boss. It gives me great pleasure to join you today for this important sports career fair and symposium. Events like these are critical in shaping the future of our youth by showcasing real, practical pathways from training to sustainable careers, not just in academics or traditional white-collar jobs, but also in the vast and promising world of sports and its related industries. The theme of today's event, bridging the gap between academic training and career opportunities, could not be more timely or relevant. Ladies and gentlemen, technical and vocational education and training TVET lies at the heart of Kenya's vision to empower young people with practical hands-on skills aligned with the evolving needs of the job market. For a long time, our education systems placed overwhelming emphasis on academic achievement, often overlooking the immense potential that lies in skilled professions and creative industries like music, art, sports, media, and technology. But the times have changed. TVET is now an enabler of transformation, a dynamic space where young people are discovering, nurturing, and developing their talents and skills, whether in engineering, hospitality, digital media, or indeed sports science and related trades. Ladies and gentlemen, today, sports is no longer just about raw talent. Behind every successful athlete is a team of skilled professionals, ranging from physiotherapists, sports analysts, fitness trainers, nutritionists, marketers, event managers, engineers, version designers, and technical crew, just to name a few. Recognizing this, many TVET institutions across Kenya have started integrating sports sciences, fitness training, and physical education programs into their curricula. These programs not only support the athletic journey of sportsmen and women from grassroots to professional levels, but also equip them with the skills for alternative careers within the broad sports ecosystem. Beyond training, TVET institutions are becoming production hubs of excellence for locally made sports gear, equipment, and infrastructure. This aligns with the Buy Kenya, Build Kenya initiative and opens up tremendous opportunities for employment, innovation, and enterprise development within the sports industry, creating wealth for our great nation. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight one of the most exciting recent developments in our technical training landscape, the entry of TVET into motorsport production. Through strategic partnerships with the players in the motorsport industry, TVET has embraced the challenge to locally produce a motorsports cross car guided by the blueprints and specifications provided by the International Federation of Automobiles, FIA. This is a game-changing opportunity, integrating motorsport technologies into technical and vocational training. Our TVET institutions are more than capable. With well-trained instructors and engineers and robust programs in mechanical, automotive, and mechatronics engineering, coupled with support from local FIA accredited engineers, our trainees are gaining cutting-edge technology and skills. But this is not just about building cars. It is about building careers, industries, and dreams. Kenya's participation in global events like the WRC Safari Rally shows that with the right support, including locally made, affordable training equipment, our youth can compete and win on the world stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the government, through the Ministry of Education and ongoing TVET sector reforms, is committed to ensure that training leads directly to jobs, entrepreneurship, and innovations. This commitment includes 1, strengthening industry-academia linkage, 2, promoting competence-based education and training, popularly known as CBET, encouraging internships and apprenticeship with sports, clubs, gyms, and events. 4, supporting startups and innovations in sports technology, wellness, and athletic gear. Indeed, sports is a career, and with the right systems in place, it can be sustainable, dignified, and fulfilling career. To our young people, whether your dream is to become a footballer, rally driver, physiotherapist, sports journalist, sports technician, nutritionist, or fitness entrepreneur, there is a place for you in the world of sports. TVET is here to support you every step of the way. Let us work together to bridge the gap between education and opportunity, talent and training, passion and profession. Thank you all, and may God bless you big. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph Njau, the Secretary of the Technical and Vocational Education and Training, TVET, at the Ministry of Education. Asante sana for that presentation. Of course, representing the PS, State Department of TVET, that is Dr. Esther Zahara Moria, PhD, CBS. Asante for that. Of course, we'll be able to take maybe later on 2 or 3 questions. However, I'm being requested by our media team, our photography team, because we want to have very beautiful photos of you. We want you to be part of this particular session. If you're seated right at the back, kama uko kwa ile laini ya mwisho kule, we request you to move in front where there are seats ahead of you if there's an empty seat, so that we can have a beautiful picture of you, so that now we can put it on our social media platforms, and of course you can enjoy this particular career fair and symposium. Asante sana. So my colleague Wahome will be, of course, having microphones for your question. I have one question for the Secretary of TVET, Bwana Mr. Joseph Njau. The TVETs, I'm sure we have athletes here who are looking to transition, or they want to progress in their careers. I know TVETs have opportunities like scholarships, or they have opportunities where they can give some of our top athletes opportunities to learn, get a skill, so that by the time they're finishing their sports career, they're transitioning into their other opportunities besides being on the field. Mr. Joseph Njau, do we have any examples of TVETs that are offering this kind of scholarships, or examples also of some of the athletes who have benefited from the government assistance? That would be my question, Mr. Njau. Yes. Yes, you can answer just from the stage, tafadhali. And if you have any other question, raise up your hand. My colleague Wahome will be able to come to you with a microphone. Atakupatia. Karibu sana, Mr. Njau.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me say that in TVET, we have a horticulture competition for every student in TVET. Over and above that, we are transitioning to scholarship, again, for every student in TVET space. And when we talk about the scholarship, we are using what we call the mean testing instrument, though it was being challenged sometimes back, whereby, because with scholarship, we give an equal amount of money to every student, irrespective of the social background. But when you come to the new scholarship, whereby we are using the mean testing instrument, MTI, we give the scholarship based on the social background. Because like myself, my son, I don't expect him to get a lot of assistance, but there are some people out there in the less privileged places, whereby they need 100% assistance. So currently we are using that model for the scholarship to give money based on the social background. And a good point is Kibera. We have Kibera TVC. The other day we graduated about 100 youth from Kibera, although they were trained in various technical areas, and they were sponsored, and they did not give any amount to that training. Over and above that, we are also working closely with the development partners, such as the African Development Bank, such as ILO, and as you know, ILO promotes what we call dignified labor. So we are working with them so that we can be able to provide training and skills to these people who are coming from needy background. So we do not have a specific scholarship for address only, but we have a complete package for all the Kenyans who might be in need. So what I can say is that even the athletes, they are welcome to TVET, and once they come to TVET, we are going to ensure we are going to sponsor them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just as you're there, Mr. Joseph, the other question, make it a quick question before we move on to the next presentation.
Okay, sir, I'm Harmon. Just a simple and fast one. In TVET, we see most of your programs focusing on the technical skills and all that. Are there specific TVETs or institutions that offer sport courses, and if they offer sport courses, which specification in sport courses? And away from that, is there some of the stuff that you guys have in line as the TVET part, that after a student or a trainee doing the same course, there is a career path and all that?
Yes, tafadhali, Mr. Jao.
Okay.
We can take that.
Okay, thank you. Let me say that we do not have an institution that is dealing with the sports per se, but let me say that, like I have said in my PS speech, we have courses in physiotherapy and things, because you know, when you're talking about sports, there are so many things that comes along that side. That we even have all the engineers, they provide support to the sports. For instance, when we are talking about the performing arts, like maybe creation of movies and the like, you require engineers to ensure that they are going to create the background of a given scene that you want to depict. So currently we do not have a specific institution dealing with sports, but we have other institutions dealing with the engineering, technology that are associated with the sports. But that is something that we are going to explore very seriously, because when we are in such forums like this one, it's not that we just come to give things. We also come to listen and then make our training better. So that is something we are going to really think about very seriously, especially for a TVET institution around the Eldoret, because I know that is where the champions are when it comes to the sports in Kenya. So we are going to think about that. We are going to mount those courses so that we are going to have some of our institutions dealing with sports pure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may have your seat, tafadhali. The Secretary of the Technical and Vocational Education and Training, Mr. Joseph Njau from the Ministry of Education. Asante sana. Please, ladies and gentlemen, assist me to, of course, applaud the work done by Mr. Joseph Njau. Right now, of course, most of you know we are into the African Nations Championship mood, where Harambee Stars, you know, recently beat DR Congo in their first Group A match to our excitement. Almost beginning to wrap. And of course have won their match, and there are 42 million Kenya shillings in their pocket. As you can clearly see, talent pays. Today, Harambee Stars are looking to see if they can win another 1 million for each player and technical bench. And of course, the reason why I'm bringing this particular conversation is the next speaker, as he comes on stage, is a member of the National Steering Committee from the African Nations Championship 2024. And also, a member of the steering committee in the Africa Cup of Nations 2027, which Kenya will be co-hosting with Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. And of course, as a country partner for a very big tournament known as a golf tournament by the name Soma Bay World Cup. Please, ladies and gentlemen, assist me to welcome on stage the Vice Chair, Sports, Arts and Culture Sector Board at the Kenya Private and Sector, Mr. Collins Ojiambo. Hands together, of course, from KEPSA to tell us, of course, we are in this particular section whereby the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA, will be discussing about this topic known as unlocking the sports economy. Mr. Collins Ojiambo, the stage is yours. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Just to help you, KEPSA is a Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Niliona imekutatisha kidogo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins.
Okay, thank you. I had a presentation. Okay, thank you. So as you've heard, my name is Collins. I'm the Vice Chair of Sports, Arts and the Creative Economy at KEPSA. My presentation will be a bit different in the sense that just to link the issues of the careers and what is happening on the ground, basically in the workplace or where you'll be heading to post-education. And it's going to be structured in, I'll talk about a few things, just a small introduction of who we are, KEPSA, and how we are connected into sports, a snapshot of the sports industry from a private sector perspective, a small case study just to show you how things are and the opportunities are, what we are doing, and then what can be done, both from the practitioners and also for the students who are aspiring to join the sports industry. Next, that's just an intro from what Tony said. I'm from KEPSA. Okay. Yeah, I'm from KEPSA. I sit in the steering committee of CHAN. I'm involved in the Magical Kenya Open. I've been in the sporting side in the federation, at the Golf Union. I'm a referee and a tournament administrator. So I've, other than the private sector side, I also have a strong background in the sporting side. Next. Just about us, KEPSA. KEPSA is the umbrella body of the private sector players. We basically have chambers of commerce, business management organization, corporates at 3 levels. We have multinationals, local organization, and also the SMEs and startups. So we actually take care of all business enterprises, whether from the smallest to the largest. We have 2 million businesses that we represent directly and indirectly through our member organizations. Within KEPSA, how we are structured, we do a lot of work. Actually, we do 2 things. Our focus is around creating an enabling business environment and promoting enterprise. And how we do it, we look at advocacy. We do a lot of work in engaging government on policy issues. And we also have a lot of programs that help support enterprises. And we have every sector of the economy in our structure. And where sports is concerned, we've put together with the sports, art and culture together, which is a part of what we are discussing today. Next. Now, before I go into the nitty-gritties, I thought of just giving a snapshot of careers in sports. I know this is not a new topic, but what I want to introduce that is new, or rather will be just looking at it from a different perspective. If you're in this room, not everyone will be able to be an athlete. And even if you're an athlete, not everyone will get to be an athlete at the highest level. But the sport ecosystem has so many avenues of participating in it and building careers around it. You can be a professional athlete, you can be a coach, you can be a ref. But then outside the playing side, there are so many other avenues. It could be medicine, it could be journalism, it could be technology. Now, esport is a new area that is coming up, esport and gaming. Just as Steve was speaking, they spoke about engineers. You find that around infrastructure development, there are so many opportunities that are so specific to sports. You could be an engineer, but you can actually be an engineer who is specialized in sporting infrastructure. I'll give an example of just something that we did, and that even for me it was something new. If you look at the CHAN tournament happening right now, you'll find that the numbers of attendees are lower than what is normally expected, or rather what we are used to. Used to here now is 20, 30,000, but here you are here now is actually less than half that capacity is 13,000. Kasarani, we used to say it's 60,000, it's less than that. When you are looking at the safe capacity of a stadium, within the engineering and infrastructure domain, there is actually people who are professionalized to determine how to do infrastructure and what is safe. There are so many things around it, but there are guys, and that path in Africa, it was non-existent, because when you're looking at the safe capacity of those two stadiums, we're actually working with the engineers and a team of inspectors based in the UK, because they're the ones who do that. And it's a science on how to do that, and then you realize that whereas that this amphitheater could be, let's say, having a capacity of 3,000, the safe capacity could be half or 60% of that. And that is a career in itself that is to do with infrastructure, to do with sports. Merchandising and apparel, also a very strong area. If you go outside this room and you're talking about sports merchandising, the biggest players ni watu wa mitumba. Is it true? Watu wa mitumba are the biggest player in the sport sector in terms of apparel. But I'll want you to think about two things. Who has heard about EPZ? EPZ? Any idea that is our relationship with sports? I can bet you, if you look at all your jerseys, whether new or mtumba, chances are very it's made from Kenya. If you don't, maybe don't look at it now, but when you go home, if you look at jerseys, and you find that made in Kenya. So we have apparel that actually made in Kenya. It could be Under Armour, it could be Nike, but it was done from in EPZ. But still not sold in Kenya. And it happens globally around that. Who's been at Decathlon? There are two brands in Decathlon that sound Kenyan. Who can shout any? Sorry, just shout. Kipron and Kalenji. I'm just telling you this to tell you that the sports ecosystem is not just about the athletes or the players. You can be a player in the economy, you can have something to do within that economy without necessarily being on the field playing. So I'm just telling you this to tell you that from an economic perspective, not on the pitch, this is an economy on its own. And then number two, there are opportunities and careers that are there that are not related and that are not directly to do with matters on the pitch. The global sporting economy is valued at 500 billion USD. In Kenya, it's underdeveloped. And what I was just telling is an example of how it's an because we focus so much on matters to do with the pitch and directly in the sport, but around the sport, there are so many opportunities that exist. Another one that exists that has a linkage with the digital economy or creative economy is on the digital space. So content creation around sports is also an avenue that is open as a career, not just passion in sport, and there are so many opportunities around that. I just gave a mention around something around Chan, and I'd like to mention something about Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast, to the impact that they had when they are hosting the African Cup of Nations, was more than what they've had since independence economically. Why? The infrastructure development that took place was enormous. Stadiums, hospitals, including, here we know you're doing affordable housing. They had a housing project, not directly being a housing project, but it was related to the tournament, whereby a whole estate was built. And if you look at that, that ecosystem, the opportunities that is created, around 20,000 jobs were created around that tournament. These are not people who are athletes or in the field, but they are doing something. And some of the businesses, he said, some of those businesses now went beyond, especially those started the small business, they went beyond the tournament, meaning they're still operating today, yet the tournament ended. I spoke about infrastructure, don't need to repeat that, and local businesses. Why am I saying that in Kenya, and for those in this room, is that if I was talking to our people in CAPS, I'll be talking about investment. But here, be talking about imploring you that there are opportunities around this sporting ecosystem to build careers, even if you're not playing. What will be the role of students or people who are pursuing, who are interested in sports careers? One, at the lower level, in terms of the basic education, CBC curriculum is doing something around it. You can use your time in school or college to volunteer in sports-related activities, so that you can actually be able to get yourself involved. A number of people that I've seen get into sports by chance, and then they get jobs out of that, and volunteering is one of the key areas that actually can help you tap into an area of interest. And then something that is very important from an economic perspective, business, and education and sports, is that 75% of our population in Kenya is below 35 years. Why is it this important for you in this room? In terms of jobs, a lot of jobs, or rather that is a segment that's affected, there's a lot of unemployment, but sports is a big opportunity, or rather big area to try and service or get employment to this segment of the population. And for us who are in this room and we fit in that category, it means when you are looking at our careers, this area around sport is one area from our jobs. And even for us, I'll mention something about what we're doing about KEPSA. That is one thing that we normally keeps us awake. How do we create jobs for this segment of the population? Because what happens, the number of graduates is growing every year. And the question is, can the economy absorb all this? And sports art is one area that is very key in that. Okay, the rest of that is just to show you what the opportunities there. So what are we doing as KEPSA? Number one, we are very deliberate, generally in terms of youth engagement. We are championship and actually together with MasterCard running opportunities on internship and work experience. For those of us in academic institution, we'll be ready to have a discussion on this in terms of this program. And what we are doing is that we've told our members they can actually uptake interns, as a number of them at no cost because of the program we are running with MasterCard, which is helping in actually financing the internship opportunities. And from a sporting perspective, it's something that we'll be looking at. If you take time, not strictly related to this, you can look at the Ajira program and Twende Digital. Those are things that we are doing in terms of trying to create opportunities for young people. One of the things that we are doing, I've not put it here because it's not yet materialized. There is a sports policy framework that the government is currently undertaking. And one of the things that we are pushing, because we have a representative in that committee or task force, there is this thing around coaches. If you go to the education institutions, you'll find for you to teach, you first of all must be trained as a teacher. You've done, you go to TTC or you've done your B.Ed, and then you teach. You are teaching maths, but because you used to play football, chances are you'll be the football coach. There's someone who's played for Harambee Stars, a very high level, but they cannot coach. So one of the things that we are looking at is how do we have athletes transiting into coaching, but through, if it goes through that framework, it becomes a career path. Remember earlier I said it's not just coaching, it's just around the ecosystem, so that people can be able to get into coaching or roles around sports, especially in the academia world, without necessarily being teachers, because they are focused. But right now they are not allowed, but it's something that we are focused, and through advocacy we are trying to see if it can bear fruits. I spoke about digital, I spoke about volunteering, which is the easiest way, especially for those who are in college, to try and get a footing into these sporting events or sporting ecosystem, and they build a career out of it. Next. So what I was just saying, we're involved a lot in a public-private partnership. We do a lot of engagement with the public sector development partners in various areas. And through these partnerships, there are opportunities for sports careers. One of the key things that we managed to pull through, it's not directly related to our discussion here, but it has a big impact. That when corporate organizations, our members sponsor sports, they get tax rebates. By doing that, they'll be able, it will attract them to pump more money into sports, and the athletes or people in the sports ecosystem can get opportunities around it. And then something around students. With our mentoring and our internship thing, we are very keen to partner with the institutions, learning institutions and industry, to see how we can be able to support. And now the sporting side can also get into that. Generally, next, the barriers for young people that they face in sports that we are trying to bridge is lack of, let's say, career guidance, specifically on the sporting side. There's a lot of career guidance in engineering, in medicine, in these other traditional careers, but in sports, it's the career guidance is very low because it's not considered as a career when in learning institution, but in as a talent. So that's something that we are looking into getting a solution. And of course, things around sport are not structured. So these are the things that we are trying to get a solution, and also we also encourage the student to take advantage of the things we mentioned. Just got the next one. So I spoke about our mentorship program and internship, our advocacy program, and support for innovation. We have a program that is supporting SMEs and startups. And one of the areas that will create opportunities around this is around sports technology and the area of digital around sports. And I would like to encourage also those who are, for you to consider area around technology and digital as a part of your options in terms of careers in sports. And just to finish, there's just a statement that I put there, that the future of sports belongs to the bold. We're together. You need to be brave, because it's not among the traditional career path, but it requires a lot of exposure and building skills. And as I was saying earlier, the skills you're going to build, especially participating in the ecosystem through volunteering, is important. And this will help you shape your path. As KEPSA, we are open to partner with the like-minded institutions, including education partners, to try and see how we can grow and create this path and provide job opportunities. That's the end of my presentation, and I'll give it back to the moderator.
Thank you very much. Makofi Ikwa Collins Ojambo, who is the Vice Chair of Sports, Arts and Culture Sector Board at Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Asante sana, please, you may have your seat. And then, of course, we'll have a session for you really now to engage further deeper with the questions and comments and compliments about exactly that presentation. But asante sana, Collins Ojambo, Were, the Vice Chair, Sports, Arts and Culture Sector Board. Just before I hand over to my co-moderator, Wanjiku Mwenda, my name is Tony Kwalanda. I've been your moderator. I work and based as a multimedia sports journalist at TV 47, Radio 47, and Digital 47. I have a show every Saturday, 4 p.m. I have a radio show every Monday, 10 p.m. I have a show every Monday, 8 a.m. I have other shows every week of the day due to Chan from 1:30 to 2 p.m. And definitely, I'm also doing work, just what Kepsa has mentioned. Right now that we have Chan, I'm also a tours and travel specialist, because now we have guests, so we assist them. So there's a lot of sports careers when you come and, of course, engage yourself. So usikatai sports, iko na biashara. From me here, I'd like to appreciate the presence, of course, of our television media personalities. I know we have TV 47, we have K24, we have NTV, we have Standard, we have Citizen. So we appreciate that. Kenya Academy of Sports, thank you for this opportunity. I hand you back to my co-moderator, Wanjiku Mwenda.
Thank you, Kwalanda. You know, if I give you so much time, you will commentate a whole football match over here. Thank you very much. Let us appreciate Tony. He has led us well in the morning, right? He has taken media and sports marketing literally. He's marketed his skills over here in a minute. Yeah, an elevator pitch is just presented. Thank you very much. We will be having a plenary session, so if you have any question for Collins Were in the presentation that he has given us, we will be doing that after we complete this session of commercialization, media, and marketing in sports. And just to delve into this now deeper, we had touched this in the morning. We had a session with Sarah, who presented on building a global career and the strategies for success in international sports commercialization. Now we're going to delve deeper into this sector of marketing and commercialization. And to go through this session, I want to welcome on stage my fellow colleague and a multimedia journalist, Lynn Washira, to take us through this session. Karibu. Oh, and before you stand up, this session kindly, if Collins, Mohammed, Brian, if you'll take these seats, Peter Gasheru as well. We will conduct our plenary over here, but feel free to join this place just now. Then when we are done, we will go straight to the plenary after the presentations. Thank you very much. Lynn?
Thank you. Thank you, Shiko. And by the way, fun fact, you heard, first of all, that my name is Lynn Washira. I used to work with Shiko, just in case you forgot, at K24. And I used to work with Tony at K24. So it's really a small world, you know, to be able, I think it's been a while since we all, you know, sat together, you know, same room, same place, and close to each other. So it's really amazing to be here, being the second day of the CAS Sports Career Fair and Symposium. And I mean, what a timely time, if there's anything like that, for such conversations to be happening. And I'm sure for everyone who's been here, you know, you've been networking and speaking to someone sitting next to you, someone you're having tea with. And I think for me, we were having a conversation with Dr. Edna Thangu from the Kenyatta University. And you know, we were just thinking about how important it is that with the new curriculum, the CBE, not CBC, CBE, there is focus on sports as a pathway, you know, career, like it's serious. But then the questions are, you know, are we ready? As parents in the room, are you encouraging your kids to take the, you know, to take the sports pathway? You know, I'm sure those are some of the questions that will be answered at the end of the symposium tomorrow. But first things first, I'm a sports journalist for sure, but I've recently sort of 80% crossed over to the business of sports because I want to tap into the money as well, you know. I want to, like, yeah, there's money in journalism, but then, you know, like money, like closer, like there's more money elsewhere, you know. And Collins, I know you spoke about the global sports economy being, you know, at $500 billion US, and that has actually grown to over $1 trillion US over the last 2 years. And that's crazy. Don't we all want to tap into the money? We do, right? And so to start us off on this session, I will invite to stage before the plenary session, Peter Gasheru, who is a friend of mine in the industry, who is holding my hand as I try to tap into the billions, because he's been doing that for a while. So he'll tell us how. And, you know, he will be taking us through a session on, you know, sports marketing, giving us, you know, a career perspective in sports marketing, because it's something he has been doing for a while. And his, you know, his bio is quite long. It's like 4 pages. 4 pages long, but I'll just pick a few, you know, of you know, some of the things that he has done. So to start off, he's the CEO Intermanagement Group, that is IMG Group. He is an accomplished sports administrator as well, so he's, you know, he's gone full circle. And just in case you want to know what his sport was in terms of administration, please hold on to the question during the plenary. You can ask that. His expertise has been very instrumental in the successful planning and execution of 3 Olympic Games, where he played a pivotal role in ensuring smooth operations and marketing activities. He was the, I will not say the sport, so that you get to read, you know, his bio on the, you know, on your booklet. But yeah, he's been a board member, you know, World Federation Executive Board member for a particular sport between 2004 and 2014, and I can see you looking, so that's really nice. And then, yeah, he has also served as at the same capacity at that sport, you know, Confederation of Africa from 1997 to 2014. As CEO for IMG Kenya, he has been the project lead for the following events: the Kaini Half Marathon, Beyond Zero Half Marathon, the IAAF Under 18 Championships hosted in Nairobi in 2017, the Mount Kenya Mountain Running Championships, among others. He's also a very passionate long-distance runner. Oh, by the way, yeah, he's run the Amsterdam Marathon. He's run. Okay, Peter, you'll tell us all those others. But yeah, he competes against Eliud Kipchoge in his head. But yeah, he'll be telling us more. Peter, karibu. Let us clap for Peter. Sana sana hiyo marathon, by the way, akona ma medals.
Thank you, Lynn. The good thing about marathon running, it's the only sport in the world where you can be on the stage with the best of best in the world. It doesn't matter that by the time I finished, some people had showered and gone to the airport. But I was there. That's the most important. So, good afternoon, everybody. I should have invited my mother because never thought I would be on the stage at KICC. I thought this was a preserve for the president, but here I am today. So thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much, Kenya Academy of Sports, for putting this together. I think it's definitely in the right direction to show that we are taking sports in this country to the next level and understanding that sports can be a career. I was sitting there, I could not help but Google what the hell is a career. But for now, I'll stick with the definition given recently by Lynn, who comes from my village nearby, and for us, career equals money. So before I get really started, let me see, at least by a show of hands, how many people hope to become an elite athlete one day and make sports a career? Mohammed. Maybe, but there are some sports which are still open. Anybody? Anybody who thinks one day he can make sports a career, and that's why he has attended this symposium?
They should raise their hands up.
Yeah,
we can see you.
I'm
there you go.
Otherwise, I just cancel my presentation because I was hoping that there are some people that are planning to become sportsmen and make this a full-time career. There are others who might not be in the field of sport per se, but are somewhere else in the sports. Maybe you're a coach, a sports administrator. Coach, sports administrators. So what are the rest of you who did not put up your hands? Today, I would just ask to have an open discussion where we can actually reflect and have a discussion about how sports has transformed over time. When I went to school, before going to university, everybody became an untrained teacher. So let me see whether my skills for untrained teachers still exist. And I'm going to ask you to look at the screens briefly. I don't have a long presentation. I just want to know whether anybody can recognize who that guy is. You just shout the name. Media people don't. I know you know. Yeah, I know. But the rest, guys on that side, who is that person? Any idea? Any idea? Okay, fine. Let's leave that guy alone. Nobody knows him. What about that guy? Come on, just let me hear the name. No, you guys don't. Come on, guys. Who is that? So, nobody knows who that guy is?
Peter, it's a legend.
It's a legend.
Yeah.
It's a legend.
Richard right there has an answer. Richard?
No, that one is not qualified. Leave him another.
Who is qualified to answer?
I want to hear from the guys on that side. There's a lady there in white.
Please
Just
project
shout.
your voice. Just say. Who? Polereng?
Polereng. Okay, that guy was about 20 years before that. Okay, but we do know this guy for sure. Honestly, if we don't know this one, let's just pack up and leave.
We are ready to help.
No. Okay, so let me help you. Kenya is very well known for its distance running. That's a person who got Kenya's first gold medal at the Olympics. There should really be a road named after him. So you can go and Google him after. But everybody believes this guy is the first person who won the first gold medal. That's Kipchoge Keino. But he wasn't the first. He was actually the second. But everybody thinks that guy is the first. I'm going to try and illustrate a point. Let's try again. Who is that guy? That one I don't expect anybody to know. Even these guys, just because.
Please, Peter, if you want us to help.
No, I don't want you to help. It's okay, it's okay. I don't want you to help. Because I'll come to this. But I'm sure you all know this guy. Yeah? It's a yes. What's his middle name? This guy broke the world record in 2018. Whose record did he break? It's actually this guy. This guy actually held the world record longer than Eliud. You can go and Google him and find out. And who is that guy? You can help now. You guys, feel free. Come on. Lynn, who is that guy? That's not a name. Give us a name. Thank you, Tony. And who is this guy? No, what's the name?
Tiger Woods.
So we do not know the name of the current world number one.
Spear.
But we know, Tony, you don't qualify. But we know about Tiger, right? All right, next one. Okay, you guys are disqualified. Who is that? But we know this one, yeah? Now, the reason I've decided to start with that is for us to start appreciating the world of sports. If today you are a marketing manager of any company and you are looking for somebody to advertise your product, who would you pick out of the photos that I've shown you? The ones that nobody knew or the ones that everybody knew? So, I've had a number of statistics being shared, so I'll not go a lot into them, but let me just say there is about an estimated 40 to 80, depending on what statistics you're looking at, people who actually participate in sports not to win, as recreational people. People going about it for fitness, for fun. People like me who are trying to get rid of the kitambi. It's not working. But that one I blame my wife. I've done my part in the gym, but the rest is not working. But that's the origin of sports. Sports did not start with the elite competition that we talk about. Sports has not been popularized by that. Sports originally was purely driven for recreational, community, and passion. That's what brought sports around. It's only in the last 50 years that we've actually seen a move from amateur to professional. So there was no talk of sports as a career a few years back. In fact, it's only in the 1970s
that we saw the IOC start to relax its rules around having professionals participate at the Olympics. I think World Athletics was probably the one that came in lately. They were a bit reluctant about people making money. And one thing you need to all understand, especially when it comes to sponsorships and what we call sports marketing. Sports marketing has to do with doing something within your sport that is going to end up with a good balance in your bank at the end of the day. That's what it's all about, and I hope that is why we are here. So for most of us, when we engage into sports and you want to make it a career, the first thing you want to do is perform well on the field of sport, right? You have to win. So if winning is the issue, how come I've never seen this guy on any billboard? Where is that guy? This guy broke the world record. Have you seen him on any billboard? But we have seen that guy on a billboard. So what's the difference? Just hold that. I'll have the answers for you. So this transformation from amateur to professionalism has actually redefined how we look at sports. What drove it? In the 80s into 90s, media changed the space. The world of media and television has changed. I know for some of you who are young, cannot imagine that sometimes it took us a week to know, if there was a game yesterday, it would have taken you a week to know the results. But now you have social media, you can stream online, and you can be able to check. So that has changed the world of sports. What does that mean? It has actually increased the number of people who have access to a sports arena. Before, it was limited to the people who could pay and come to a stadium. So if you're a sports administrator and you are limited to the gate collections, you are leaving a lot of money untapped. But some of those things are easier said. So what does this transformation mean for us? If sports is really becoming a business, we must start treating it as such. We must start treating it as a big business and start thinking and strategizing. I think it was last year or sometime last year, Eliud, after one of the competitions, went to China. I don't know any of you saw that on social media. So I sent him a text and asked him, I didn't know there are runners in Beijing. Who cares? Why is Nike interested in Beijing? He sent me a text back and told me there are 30 million recreational runners in Beijing alone. If each of them buy a Nike shoe, you can imagine what that does to their bottom line. So, a lot of us have been approaching sports still from the old ways. If you people are from government, I believe you are used to seeing us coming there with our proposals, serikali tusaidie, we need to buy tickets, this is good for our youth, this is, it's encouraging, tunataka tukue motivated, and I know, I can even say controversial things. I think nobody will throw stones at me. When we give 1 million to each of the players if they win their game today, what are we actually saying? What kind of positioning are we saying? What kind of business are we in? The person giving that money is probably drawing something out of it. It's not free. The first thing I was taught when I first got a job is that there are no free lunches. So if somebody buys you lunch, just know there is something. Yeah? So they must be getting something. When Safaricom sponsor Chapadimba, what are they getting in return? When EABL are supporting Tusker FC, what are they getting in return? Because if you are saying that you are in sports business, then when you sell a commodity, it's because it gives value to the person buying it. So for us sports, when we go to Coca-Cola and say, Coca-Cola, you need to sponsor this event. When you go to Safaricom, you need to sponsor this event. What are you getting in return? They must get something. And that is something that we need to do as a sports people. And it's good to see coaches here. One of the things I hear, and one day you need to invite me to the camps. I've been waiting to be invited. It's not coming. I hear guys get up in the morning and run 20 kilometers. Then they come back and have breakfast and then rest a little bit. Then they go to the gym. Then they have lunch. Then they sleep again. Then they wake up and run another 15 or 20 kilometers. Then they come back, have dinner, and go to sleep. Am I right, coach? Is it something roughly like that? Roughly like that. Now, that, coach, will make you number one. That will make you be the guy who is going to cross the line fast. That will not make you money. So my challenge the day I come to the camp, to the coaches, will be, why don't we, in between this sleeping time, introduce a session that helps our athletes bridge that gap between why today we can talk of Tiger Woods. All of you know Tiger Woods, yeah? The last tournament he won was in 2019, and before that he had not won a tournament in 11 years. Yet we are still talking about Tiger Woods. I'm not a boxing fan. I don't know whether there are boxing fans in here. You're a boxing fan. But was it earlier this year when we woke up at 4 a.m. to watch Mike Tyson? Or was it last year? Why did we wake up to watch? I got up early in the morning to watch Mike Tyson. Why? Because he's Mike Tyson. This guy is old. He should not be anywhere near a boxing ring. I hear he was paid $20 million. Why? I'm sure there are some younger heavyweights who can actually knock him out in 30 seconds. Why? How do we put this in our training programs? If you're a coach and you're actually training an athlete, you're not training him just to win. You're training him to make a career out of this sport. It must go beyond that. And I believe at the academy, this is one of the things that we're looking at, to be all-rounded so that our athletes can actually look and see. Let me give you another picture. I like pictures. I think that's what presentations are for. By the way, that's the tennis world #1 currently, ladies. Kama umjui basi, it's okay. I decided those ones can share space. Now, just guess, who is a bigger star among those two? Just, who is a bigger, if I had a billboard today, who do I put? He's my friend, so anything I say against him, please note he's my friend. So we all agree that we're going to put Omanyala ahead of Beatrice, if you know who that other lady is, to be on a billboard. Right? Let's all agree. It's not a trick. Even I'll put Omanyala first. Yes? But what has he won? Who talks about Commonwealth when it comes to athletics? Beatrice has how many world records? 2 Olympic golds? 2 world records? Why aren't we picking Beatrice before Omanyala? What? Kumoja ameshona? Yeah? I think Omanyala is probably collecting more money locally than all other athletes. Just a guess. I've seen him on Toyota, I've seen him on some other betting company and something else and something else. It's like, okay, Lynn, you are biased. So maybe, but that's an example of winning is not everything. Winning is not what makes you a career. And I think that's a good illustration. Ideally, Beatrice should be getting 10 times more money than Omanyala, but that's not the case, at least locally. Maybe the Nike contracts and Adidas contracts are different. But that basically illustrates for me what the difference is having a career and winning a tournament. If we actually go down and ask and look at people who've done very well at the Diamond League this year, like Emmanuel, have you seen him on a billboard yet? You haven't seen him on a billboard. There was another guy I saw last week, I can't keep it. In the Diamond League, he won something. Anyway, why is it so? But when I look at globally, we all like somebody like, let me give you an example of Messi. Messi last year made more money outside the football pitch than on the pitch. LeBron James made double the amount of money off pitch than on pitch. So if we are going to take sports as a career, you have to think about beyond what you can make on the pitch. The difference between all those photographs that I showed you, in my definition, some other English words could be different, is the difference between a champion and a star. If you cross the line first, you are a champion. We give you the medal and we clap for you, bye-bye. But a star is in a different category. A star is where you want to be if you want to be in the career. Now, how do you become a star? That's where I come in. If you want to become a star, when I live here, look for me. I have some ideas and I can make you some money. Now, there are basically two main ways that people make money out of sports. One is performance. So performance, you'll be paid a salary. Footballers are paid salaries. You could get prize money. You could get an appearance fee, time bonus, things like that. The second way is what we call commercial. So when you're commercializing sports, that's a second way, and that is sponsorships and endorsements. Now, to be able to make money in the second category, you need to be able to endure to your fans in a different way. You need to be able to be remembered. You need to be able to be memorable. I'm not a fan of that thing they call Formula One. So you'll not see me rushing to go and watch. But I have heard of a guy called Lewis Hamilton. I don't know any other driver. That's what it means being a star. But I hear he hasn't won anything also in a while. Yeah? But that's a difference when the guy is actually at the second level. How do you become there? That is why a while back, even musicians would change their name to get a name that's more appealing. You know, if I were to become a musician, I can't go there and say Peter Gashoru. That single might not sound as nice. So I would go and get a nice single. Yeah? And look for somebody like a creative agency to package me so that I can be, you know, presentable in a way people remember me, people want to associate with me, people want to wear whatever shoe I'm wearing, they want to do it. And the way we do this is through media. Now, media sio magazeti peke yake. It's not the ones Tony talked about, but we will watch the shows, as he said. It goes beyond that. First of all, how many of you have Instagram account? Instagram? TikTok? My hand is up because I have a TikTok account. TikTok? Coach, TikTok? Why? Why? I would follow you. I would follow you. Imagine if he was posting a post of, if you're going to run in Chicago Marathon at the end of the day, you need by now to be eating less ugali or more ugali. You don't need to give me a big tip. Just that. I'll follow you. So today we are living in an opportunity where each one of us can be where Tony is. We can have our own shows. We can be telling people, this is not limited to the athletes. This is coaches. Tell me, give me a few tips. I follow so many people who give tips about running. Not that they help, but I follow. And when I follow, that guy goes to EABL and says, you know what? I have got 1 million people who follow me every day. What I say. So they say, you're actually reaching more people than Tony in his show. As a coach. So we are going to vaa hii kofia kwa show yako because people will see our brand. That's all it's about. So coach, you've got a big bio. It's coach of faith, coach of Eliud. I'm going to follow. At my age of 55, it's unlikely it will help. But I'm going to follow to know, what do these guys eat? When they wake up, what do they train? What are the tips? What is it about this shoe that is better than that shoe? Before you know it, we'll be paying the coach some money to talk about my shoe, that company. Because nobody's talking about the shoe in this space. I don't know if I'm making sense. This is the opportunity we have, that today we can actually be broadcasts. So for us, it's very simple. Start embracing media. A lot of our athletes win. Diamond, wamewin uko Diamond. Tony and Lynn here, wanawangoja airport. They dodge them. Quick dodge, left turn, amepanda ndege ya kwenda Eldoret, ukufika huko hashiki simu. Now, how will that person get known? Last year, I was privileged to be invited when these athletes went to see the president, tell him about the Olympics. And Beatrice was in front of me at the line, check-in line, wearing her red tracksuit, hapo kwa Kenya Airways, tunataka kupanda ndege. And there was this Kenyan next to me. He asked me, who is that? You know, I could not forgive him. I could not be polite. I could say, did you watch the Olympics? Did you hear about the Olympics? Did you hear how many medals Kenyans got at the Olympics? He said, yes. But I said, this lady got 2 of those medals. How can you not? So the guy looked at me, and I couldn't blame him. And that's the space we are in. It is good to win. I'm not saying it's not good to win, but it's better to be known. I'll give you another example. Who won the gold medal marathon, men marathon in Paris? Huh? Okay. This guy believes it's a Kenyan. Well done. No, Mohammed, thank you. He thinks it's a Kenyan. Kenyan didn't get that gold. Who won that thing? I did an analysis. The guy who won actually broke the Olympic record, yeah? The guy alipanda hiyo mlima, and kulikuwa na mlima hapo. The guy alipanda hiyo mlima and broke the Olympic record. And I did an analysis because that's my job. Then there's another guy who didn't finish. 2 guys actually. No, 1 guy didn't finish. Hakumaliza, hiyo mlima alifika kaachana nayo. I compared media mentions globally. 1 guy had 100 times more, and I can prove it, than the guy who won. So I said there was no need of winning. All you needed to do is do what the other gentleman did. Because in terms of sponsorships and in terms of money, nobody's looking for taller. Everybody, yeah, it's a guy from Ethiopia who won. just in case. Everybody's looking at the guy who didn't finish. There was even a Kenyan who actually got a medal in the same race. And if I put his photo here, it will be the same story. Kenyan media forgot about that guy. They didn't mention. The guy got a medal. They talked about the other guy. And that's my challenge to you today. If you are a referee, I've not seen a referee on Instagram, but I think there is content that a referee can give us. Anytime there's a controversial offside thing, the referee should be the one to comment so that we can say, oh, the ref said this on Instagram or on Twitter or on Facebook. We have an opportunity to follow. Guess what? That guy starts becoming a brand, as people like to call them, and then we can make money. So for me, if there's anything you'll hear today is start engaging your fans. If you're given a speaking opportunity like here, just say yes, and then start asking questions later. What am I supposed to present? Because speaking opportunities like this, none of you here had ever heard of me before today. Please follow me on Instagram after this. Now you know me. You get? So you take the speaking opportunities. If Tony calls you for an interview, please take the interview. Yeah? Because it helps you. And I'm glad to see my friend Henry here. Henry has mastered that art also because he's remained relevant over the years. He doesn't have to win. He's in a small run. He actually runs the best WhatsApp marketing I've ever seen. So everything he does on the weekend, all of us who are on the mailing list, we get to know. He's here today, very small places, maybe he's in a school, but I get to know what he's doing. So his name keeps coming up in boardrooms when we are saying, who do you think can position athletes very well? Have you heard of Henry Wanyoike? Yeah. He's top of mind. But how many people were racing with him when he was at the top some years back who we don't remember at all? He has remained relevant. He has engaged his own media platform. So I'm speaking about things that are actually possible. So please engage. Take on digital. We've had stories about the digital platforms. We know there are those stories. We know sometimes in Akupoteza you waste all the day there. You can be the whole day on Reels mpaka usitaki kufanya homework. Yes, but know how to use it. Digital is a good place to be. Create a program. I'm going to be putting this post any day. Tell us a story. All right? All of you remember the story of Yego. Yeah, you all know about the YouTube thing, yeah? It's a nice story. I'm not sure whether it's true or not, but it's a good story. It's a story that endears you start being able to become relatable. When it comes to the digital platforms, the idea is not to become good at it. And first I'll take what Collins actually was his closing statement. We need to be bold. So just have the courage to be good instead of perfect. And you will get some trade-offs and you will learn as it goes on. So if you're not on these platforms, get on them today. Start trying out things. The way people respond, you'll know whether you're going in the right direction. Yeah? But you can get tips. Yeah? Be relevant. Be consistent. Don't post one today and post another one. When we go to your Facebook account, we see you've not posted anything in 5 weeks. No, you have to be consistent and continuously do it. My final example, this is usually my favorite, from 2017. In 2017, New York Marathon, sorry, I talk about running a bit because I've tried it. And it's not easy. And I don't know why the people keep doing it. 2017, a Kenyan won the New York Marathon. Coach, one of your athletes won the New York Marathon in 2017. And he made some money. But then there was another guy who finished the New York Marathon in 2017 just almost at my personal best of 4 hours and 6 minutes. By that time, Kamarol, who had won, alikuwa shapiga beba trophy, akachukua cheki yake, akaenda kwa room akaoga, and he was karibu afike Eldoret. But this guy, and I want you to go and research, if you look at the total prize money that was paid to the winner, the amount of money he got was so much that he was able to donate more than what the winner got to some charity. How? Why? Is anybody wondering why that happened? Was that a mistake? By the way, both my 4-hour person and Geoffrey Komorol were all on Nike contracts, but one guy got paid slightly more than the other. Why? Okay, you go and do your research. The athlete's name was Kevin Hart, if you've heard of that guy. He finished the marathon in 4 hours 6 minutes. Got paid more than the guy who won in 2 hours and something. So in my closing remark is to encourage all of you to become thought leaders in your space, be able to talk about it. If you've noticed how Eliud takes every interview, he takes it with confidence, he talks with things with so much conviction that makes him a thought leader. So nobody is born a thought leader. It is something that you need to learn and earn in the minds of your audience. Slowly over time is a practice you need to do every day. You should approach the process of becoming known with humility and respect to those who have come before you. And with that, I'll stop there. And I hope to see more followers on my Instagram after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter, for being so elaborate and interesting with the photos. And yeah, that was really insightful. It's just so good to see just how huge the sports ecosystem is. You know, when it comes to the sports ecosystem, you know, we have the marketers, we have the athletes who are now being encouraged, you know, don't just look at what you can earn on the field of play. It's also what you can earn outside the field of play. And I hope for those aspiring to be athletes in the room, I hope you've taken that, you know, to heart in terms of, you know, just building your personal brand. And for those in the room who are looking at the sports space to figure out your space in the ecosystem, you know, now you can pursue that marketing, you know, the marketing space. And because we don't have a lot of time, so I'm trying to you know, make this a little bit quick. So if you have any questions, please hold on to your questions for Peter. Write them down somewhere. We are going to have a plenary session after the next speaker that I am going to call. And the next speaker is Brian Wesala. Brian Wesala is the founder and CEO of the Football Foundation for Africa, a Pan-African initiative committed to driving socio-economic transformation through sport. With over a decade of experience at the intersection of football, development, and diplomacy, Brian is a recognized thought leader on the role of sport in advancing youth potential and social innovation across the continent. He has been recognized nationally and internationally with awards for his efforts in educating the football ecosystem. He is a former UN staffer based in Geneva for nearly 10 years. He combines global exposure with deep grassroots insight. He has convened the African Football Business Summit, the continent's premier sports business platform. He currently serves on the steering group of Sports 20, a global initiative for sport and sustainable development. Let's clap for Brian. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Lynn. First of all, congratulations to Kenya Academy of Sports for putting together this platform. I know it's a lot of work, so congratulations, Doreen, Dr. Doreen and your team. Cynthia, I know this is very close to you, and thank you as well for the invitation. I usually say it's very difficult to speak after my seniors, people like Peter, who have been in the industry for ages. So for me, I'll make it very brief, and then I will mostly talk about my journey. Probably you've heard from the profile, but probably you get a hint of the whys I'm in the space, in the football space, in the sports space, and what we are looking to do, not only in Kenya, but in the continent in terms of positioning football as, as a lucrative industry, as an industry where young people especially can earn. So just to share a bit more about myself, I have a career in IT. I also assume most of the people in the room are either students or young professionals from the look of things. And then we have a few practitioners and policy people. So I have a background in information technology. I studied at the University of Nairobi. I'm also a trained accountant from Strathmore University. But after 10 years in the technology space, I decided that's not what I wanted to do with my life. And I decided to come into football. Do what in football exactly? Because I also played football very actively, very competitively here in Kenya. For those who know, I was playing in the National Super League. We used to call it Nationwide League then. That was in the 2000s. So my thinking I was informed to move into football space after seeing the gap, especially in the grassroots in terms of investment. And I'll be very brute about this. When you're in the sports space, we see a lot. We enjoy playing football here in Kenya. But at the same time, we notice that there is just a lack of investment. Most of our teams are struggling. Right from the grassroots to the top level, our teams are struggling for finance. So my question, or what informed my decision to form the Football Foundation for Africa, was to see how really do we drive more investment into grassroots football. I just started with, that was the idea. I'm going to set up an organization that will work towards the investment into grassroots football. And I looked at it in 3 areas. One was education, second was infrastructure, and thirdly was governance. Because in my experience playing in Kenya, I had noted these gaps, and of course comparing to what I had now experienced on the other side, in the developed sports economy, even though it was just in the amateur spaces, was how we fashion our athletes and how we educate them and how this is impacting their later life. What I realized, especially among footballers, most of them did not proceed beyond high school education. And this cuts across Africa. They would quickly go into pursuing football careers, trying to play in the nationwide. We played with some of them. Some of them went into the Premier League and played at very good level. I have a couple of friends who played in foreign nationals, some have played for the national team. But the reality is that a majority do not make it to that level. A huge, huge majority. I would say more than 95% of the people who invest in playing sports do not make it to a level where they can earn from sport. So that needs to change, and it needs to change in 2 ways. First of all, we need to insist on players educating themselves beyond the sport, so pursuing a dual career for as long as possible, so that by the time retirement comes, or if they don't make it in football, they have not just a fallback, but an option that they had been developing all along. Secondly, when it comes to education, it's about educating the industry. And this is where I really encourage you, young people, to invest yourselves and also our tertiary institutions. Africa has a dearth of knowledge when it comes to the management of sports. We don't have enough professionals to manage the sports in Africa. And this is something we really need to work on. Yeah? We need to develop more courses, admit more students that are focusing on how we manage sports in Africa. And I insist on in Africa because at the moment we have a lot of knowledge, a lot of education, especially from the developed sports economies in the global north, that we as Africans are more or less trying just to copy-paste
into our system. And that, my friends, is not working. And that's why we have a huge challenge in terms of developing sports in Africa. Yes, we have all these world-class athletes that we can talk about. In football, you all know the best footballers we have in the world are African. But where is the African football industry as we speak? Yeah, Kenya has managed to export some of the best athletics talents we can ever talk about. But do we have an athletics industry or a sports industry that we can talk about here in Kenya? Can we quantify this industry and see how to grow it so that it makes more employment, not just for those who are on the track or on the pitch, but for the young people who are aspiring to work in the industry? I can tell you from where I sit, and again, I'll appreciate my senior Peter. I'm very big on social media, especially on LinkedIn. I've tried to build a very good personal brand for myself there. And this is outright positioning in the African and the global football industry. And from where I sit, I get a lot of inquiries from young people asking me, Brian, how do we get into the football industry? How do we get into the sports industry to manage, not just to play? I get inquiries from players as well, but mostly it's young university graduates or people looking for a change of career early on who want to get into the sports space. So how do we manage all these interests and make sure that we start to build a viable sports industry in Africa? And here challenge even the government in terms of how are we investing in sports? Are we investing strategically or sporadically? Like Peter, again, I'll be controversial. When we say we'll give players 1 million when they win, what if they don't? Where does this 1 million go? Does it still come into sports or does it go elsewhere? So we really need to be critical about how we even celebrate what we have as sports. Now you have Chan with us, lots of opportunity. But I can tell you from where I sit, also lots of opportunities lost, because we started very late in terms of how do we leverage the fact that we're having a continental showpiece coming to the country. You know, this is something that we should have started more than a year ago, sensitizing our private sector, for example. I'm also happy my brother Collins spoke before me from Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Actually, at the Football Foundation for Africa, we are currently working on a partnership with KEPSA. For something I'll show a bit later. But these things need to start early. We need to plan more strategically and avoid, reactionary strategies that, don't really build our industry. So, like I said, I will be brief, and I hope in my being brief, I've driven a few points home. Again, my name is Brian Wesala. I'm the founder and CEO of the Football Foundation for Africa. I'm also the convener of Africa's premier sports business conference, and that's the Africa Football Business Summit. This year, we'll be having our 4th edition in Mombasa. We have had the last 3 editions here in Nairobi, and just ask my IT colleagues here to project this. This really is a gathering of industry stakeholders from across the continent and beyond, and now in our 4th edition, we invite you to join us to discuss things that really matter. Our theme for this year is investment, governance, and grassroots excellence. I believe that's where African sports needs to invest in the grassroots so that we can have a more viable, a more sustainable sports industry. So thank you very much, and thank you very much again, Kenya Academy of Sports, for the welcome.
Thank you very much, Brian, and kindly you can go down and join the panel. Thank you for being insightful, and thank you for being very thought-provoking. And good people, we are coming to the plenary session where you get to ask your questions. Just a second.
On your screen, you can see the poster Brian was talking about, the Africa Football Business Summit in Mombasa 2025, courtesy of Brian. Yes, Brian, you're inviting people to Mombasa, but thank you very much for your talk as well. Thank you. Then carry on.
Yeah, sure, Shiko. And so just to remind you who we have for this plenary session so that you get your questions ready. We have Miss Sarah Bonner. I hope I pronounced that right. She is a representative worldwide, former head of licensing and retail federation, of FIFA. To be precise, we also have Mohamed El Badri, who is the CEO and co-founder of Cora Stat. We also have Peter Gashero, who is the CEO, Intermanagement Group. We have Brian Wesala, who just got off stage. And we have Collins Were from KEPSA as well. But we could also say, from Chan, from many other places. And I think before we probably get into you asking your questions, I'll probably start with Sarah. Sarah, I have a question for you. During your presentation, do I need to come down, I think, so that you don't have to... so during your presentation, you touched a little bit on merchandising, as merchandising as a revenue strategy. And to be very honest, in Africa and in Kenya as well, that's one of the areas where there's untapped potential. And a lot of African countries haven't really figured that space. So probably you could tell us, what does it take really to be able to establish a proper merchandising business?
It takes just starting, just actually prioritizing the merchandise and licensing part of the commercial business. And it really ties back into all of these wonderful speakers of how you commercialize the business. But merchandise is such an incredible touch point. And so how do we build on the uniform and the kit and the passion and actually build that to the African market? Brian just touched on it. It's not bringing in what works overseas. It's actually really thinking about how you would tie that into the community, the fan experience for a Chan, for the AFCON that's coming up. Look at what merchandise looks like. And I think a key thing also is really timelines. I know that that's always sort of controversial in any sporting event as you're planning it, but as you look at your protection of your IP and your timelines, your manufacturers, your product, your retail stores, your infrastructure, it's a really cool industry. It can really be expressive and and so just start. Just look at it as a business function and you'll figure it out.
Thank you very much. Just start. And probably where you're seated, you're wondering, or maybe a question to you, if you come from a club, do you have official merchandise, by the way? Do you have replicas for fans? I'm sorry, musical chairs, but musical microphones in this case. Even for Harambee Stars, you go out there and you see all kinds of merchandise, and we don't really have, this is the official Harambee Stars merchandise. So I think that's a challenge that, we are not really tapping into the whole global sports market. And hold on to your questions for Sarah. I will go to Peter. My question to you is, it's a fact that we have lots of legends. We have lots of sports legends in Kenya, but not stars. And it goes beyond athletics. It goes to rugby. It goes even to Harambee Stars, We've had players, winning the Champions League. We've had players playing in EPL. But then, they are players. They are legends. They've done well on the field. I mean, where is the gap when it comes to building lasting brands out of the field of play? Where's the gap in Kenya, and what can we do shortly?
I think it's, just to reiterate what I had actually said, every coach is going to train you how to get to be the first at the finish line. There is a particular skill, there is amount of training you must do, If you're going to run a marathon, you're going to do your long runs, you're going to do your speed runs, you're going to do your hill repeats, you're also going to do your strength training. So there's a combination of things that you need to do to become number one, to get the gold medal. Now, all we are saying is that in that curriculum of those things, we just need to move the target in terms of our training, so that when you are doing the training, we are seeing the career. We are not just seeing you crossing the first line. So we know that for this person to make a career out of these sports, they must have other skills. They must be able to talk to an interviewer. They must be able to then speak in a particular language and have the confidence to do it. They must be able to tell a story. So all these things, and that's what I was saying, if you look at the day of an athlete and how long they are taking to train to become number one, probably is to come up with a curriculum that looks at these soft skills and starts putting them in and start working on them. If I'm going to buy the Harambee Stars merchandise, or I'm going to buy the rugby merchandise, as you're saying, it's because that athlete has connected with me until I want to be associated with that person. So it has to be beyond you won and you became number one. So they have to look for ways, and it has to be taught. Just like we don't take it for granted that if I'm going to be playing rugby sevens, a speed coach for rugby sevens, right? So we need a social media coach for rugby sevens.